and activists of young people making a difference and moving our world closer to the values and visions of the United Nations Charter. This year's Youth Day occurs in our life aspirations of young people continuing to be upended by the COVID-19 pandemic. Some have lost their lives. Many have family members and other loved ones that have perished. And the vulnerabilities of young refugees, displaced persons, young women and girls, and others caught up in a conflict or disaster has grown more acute. A generation very formative have been jeopardized. This step towards adulthood, identity, and self-sufficiency is thrown off course. Some have taken on care burdens or are suffering from increased risk of hunger, violence in the home, or the prospect of never being able to resume their education. But this generation is also resilient, resourceful, and engaged. They are the young people who have risen up to the demand, climate actions. They are mobilizing for racial justice and gender equality and are the champions of more sustainable world. They are peace builders, promoting social cohesion at a time of social distancing, advancing an end to violence globally, and advocating harmony at a time of raising hatred that's happening around the world. So many young women who have been on the front line in mobilizing for justice and climate actions, while all serving on the front line of what's taking place with COVID-19. So we're realizing that the promise of this generation means investing far more in young people's inclusion, participation, organizations, and initiatives. So I call on leaders and adults everywhere to do everything possible so that they're able to enable the world's youth to enjoy lives of safety, dignity, and opportunity, and continue to fulfill their great potential. So I welcome you all and hope that the practical engagement of young ones from global actions will make more meaningful from this moment on. So again, I celebrate you and I thank you for being a part, and I'm asking you to please enjoy the conference, and thank you again for this day and this program. I turn it back into the hands of our—
Thank you so much, Her Excellency. It was so great. Of course, the idea and of course the motto is the same, that it's time to collaborate with each other hand to hand and to support and champion and empower our youth, because it's the Youth Day, and of course the future is under the hand of you. So let's move on via the words that has been said by the Secretary General of United Nations in order to address the Day of Youth.
The theme of this year's International Youth Day, Youth Engagement for Global Action, spotlights the ways in which the voices and activism of young people are making a difference and moving our world closer to the values and vision of the United Nations Charter. This year's Youth Day occurs as the lives and aspirations of young people continue to be upended by the COVID-19 pandemic. Some have lost their lives, and many have seen family members and other loved ones perish. The vulnerabilities of young refugees, displaced persons, young women and girls, and others caught up in the conflict or disaster have grown more acute. A generation's very formation has been jeopardized. Their steps towards adulthood, identity and self-sufficiency is thrown off course. Some have taken on care burdens or are suffering from increased risks of hunger, violence in the home, or the prospect of never being able to resume their education. But this generation is also resilient, resourceful, and engaged. They are the young people who have risen up to demand climate action. They are mobilizing for racial justice and gender equality and are the champions of a more sustainable world. They are peace builders, promoting social cohesion at a time of social distancing, advancing an end to violence globally, and advocating harmony at a time of rising hatred. Many are young women who have been on the front lines in mobilizing for justice and climate action, while also serving on the front lines of the COVID-19 response. Realizing the promise of this generation means investing far more in young people's inclusion, participation, organizations, and initiatives. I call on all leaders and adults everywhere to do everything possible to enable the world's youth to enjoy lives of safety, dignity, and opportunity, and contribute to the fullest of their great potential.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. And of course, the motive again is the same, to calling all leaders, everyone together, to come up and think about the areas that we would like to move forward. Nevertheless, let's move on to our special guest keynote for today's evening, starting from Her Excellency Professor Sarah, the Commissioner of Human Resource, Science and Technology of African Union. She will be focusing on the area of gender and youth engagement, implication for civic and community-minded engagement. Without further delay, Her Excellency, the floor is to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Fawad. As you can see, it's night here already. So good afternoon, good morning to viewers all over the world. It is a great pleasure for me to participate on this celebration of the United Nations International Youth Day with the topic, Youth Engagement for Global Action. The topic couldn't have come at a more important time. I stand on existing protocols. I recognize excellencies, distinguished participants who have spoken before me and the ones who will speak after me. And I want to say that this International Youth Day is very, very important because it is a time for retrospection and introspection on what we are actually doing in capacitating the youth for competence and skills for the future that we say they are going to get into. I would like to say that I agree with Her Excellency, Reverend Dr. T.C. Martin, that there's need to create co-creation to bring youth on board in decision-making processes. The implementation of a civic and community-minded engagement can only be durable if we have gender and youth engagement. The question on gender is because, particularly here in Africa, we have patriarchal norms that stifle the complete participation of women and girls. And if gender is defined as the ascribed norms given to being male or female, then certain patriarchal rules and values affect the manner in which youth fare in these countries. So if we say that youth are our future, then we must create spaces for youth engagement. We must take cognizance of the needs of youth, provide a viable environment, conducive environment for youth-friendly policies and strategies, and empower the youth and the necessary skills and competence to make them flower. Youth civic and community engagement. Youth involvement in the form of civic and community engagement in the forms of project creation and issue-based advocacy are some of the many ways that young people energy becomes an invaluable tool to bring about community improvement. We said in 2017 as a team of the African Union that harnessing the demographic dividend through investment in youth, because in Africa, 70% of our population are below the age of 35. So with the high rates of unemployment that cripples the youth, such initiatives allow them to unleash their potential and invest their efforts into creating the society that they want to be a part of. Are the youth part of the society, or they are not given that space? Do they have a feeling of belonging? It is very, very important. And the only way they can have that feeling of belonging is when member states or governments and policymakers actually have a youth-friendly strategy or policy. And if we say that youth are the future, then the process of co-creation must involve the youth of Africa. Because as we say in an African proverb, it is he who wears the shoes knows where it pinches. There is a crucial importance in investing in the youth and empowering them to be active and engaged participants in their communities and countries, as it has shown positive development outcomes. We urge youth participants, as it embraces skill development, confidence, and competency building. By facilitating their access to resources, knowledge, and opportunities for engagement, they become self-confident, productive, and secure people who go out into their communities and improve the lives of those around them. In order to effectively empower the youth, we need to give access on how they are perceived and what expectations people have of them, as this informs the kind of roles and responsibilities assigned to them, and as does their level of engagement. Their level of engagement must be such that they have confidence and trust in the people who are coming out to give them that space that they should thrive in. We have to take recognition of their backgrounds and disadvantages and how it affects their civic engagement influence. The lack of sufficient supportive societal norms that encourage young people's involvement can limit their capacity to be civically engaged and assume leadership roles, particularly in Africa, where they say women are heard, but women are seen, but not heard. We need to break those gender constructed taboos and allow each and everyone to have space to be able to show their individual talents in a way that can bring about a sense of belonging and trust in the people who bring the policies. One other thing is the lack of that stops youth participation in civic engagement is lack of sufficient supportive societal norms that encourage young people's involvement, and also the lack of access to information. We normally say that knowledge is power, and they need to have this power. We can reduce and remove the harmful effects of these factors by empowering the youth through having awareness creation campaigns that aim to remove the barrier to information access and create supportive environments that make them feel capable of stepping into leadership roles. This is important because our work with young people has shown that there are numbers of structural and societal barriers and biases, such as those of perceived inexperience, lack of supportive social networks, or insufficient financial resources that continue to cause young people to turn away from civil involvement. It is for this reason that the day of the International Youth Day grants us then an opportunity not only to confront some of these issues that the youth face, but also to celebrate and mainstream young people's voices, actions, and initiatives, as well as their meaningful, universal, and equitable engagement, in the hopes of creating a sense of pride in what they have done and what they have the potential to do. Over the years, we have had a number of policies, strategies, and initiatives that have been implemented to ensure that there is adequate representation of the youth, not only in matters that affect the youth, but on the continental and global level. For example, we have the African Youth Charter, the Youth Decade Plan of Action, and the Malabo Decision on youth empowerment, all of which are implemented through various African Union Agenda 2063 programs. The AU and UN envoys, the UN youth delegates are volunteering opportunities and internships. And because of this, we have seen a number of success in the implementation of these initiatives. However, we can continue to do more and ensure that the translation of these policies are as effective as intended. We also need to remove the negative perceptions of the youth by actively broadcasting the great work done by the youth in their various capacities. These perceptions are not limited to young people. There is intersection with gender issues, like I mentioned, because of the definition of gender. And when the child is growing up, he or she innately acquires these gender values, those stereotypes that they put in place for the youth. So it has called for the implementation of a number of policies aimed at removing the gender discrimination that exists. Gender stereotypes and societal norms can be harmful and increase risky behaviors, unsafe health practices, and cut off educational and economic opportunities for both boys and girls. These policies and programs take into account that the impact on girls and young women may differ from that on boys and young men, and adjust accordingly to ensure positive outcomes in community engagements. There needs to be a sensitivity to perceive gender norms and roles and how they affect their delivery. As we speak now globally, these unprecedented times, the COVID-19 outbreak has presented a vast number of challenges to many. This year, we have witnessed a great shift in the world as we know it. But these circumstances, such as any challenges that life throws, present avenues for innovation. The creation of innovative mechanisms are where we have known young people to excel as a result of their dynamism, optimism, and resilience. As we strive to redefine a post-COVID new normal, in quotes, we need to carefully assess what we have done to date for the inclusion of the youth and restructure when necessary to the new normal to be that which has a full inclusion of the youth. We can do this by starting now, where we are, by building up the capacity of youth to become tools in combating the spread and effects of COVID-19, especially to challenge the spread disinformation in the communities and on online platforms. Through the number of community-friendly and contextualized content, we have seen young people use engaged mechanisms such as the sharing of videos online, encouraging hand washing, sanitizing, and social distancing, among others. These young innovators want to be part and want to make their communities better and safe. The question then is, how do we support them effectively? These times also leave many of the industrial youth disenfranchised and even idle due to protective restrictions. It is thus vital to give them constructive activities to involve themselves. We need to provide the right ecosystem for the youth to take the leap forward for the world and the Africa we want. It is very, very important because it is high time we gave the deliverables and stop the talk show. Government must sit up and act now. Inclusivity is the watchword, irrespective of class, race, or gender. Youth engagement means a holistic approach, trusting young people, giving them spaces to speak and support all process of human life. We need to allow them organize and advocate for themselves and their needs. They are the next generation. We should not make them the lost generation. Inclusion means engaging them at the local, community, national level, and continental level. Indeed, meaningful youth engagement is an intentional partnership between youth and governments and other youth stakeholders, where young people are given space to be involved in all aspects of societal decision making, in implementation and evaluation of decision making. Yes, as was said, youth are peace builders and can advocate for peace and security in their world. Having said this, I want to congratulate the UN for the collaboration, for the celebration of the International Youth Day. I also applaud the theme of this year. Congratulations to the articulate, dynamic, vision-driven, resilient youth across the world. You own the world and you are the future. Sincere gratitude to the youth-led organizations who are bringing new perspectives and direction to issues affecting different spaces of life. Indeed, youth issues are cross-cutting strategic issues that warrants that we walk the talk. We must remember that it is our choices that show what we truly are, for more than our abilities. Indeed, if the youth are the future, we as policymakers must stay focused to their dream by having competent youth taking over tomorrow. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Thank you very much, United Nations, and thank you, Excellency Ambassador Fawad, for giving me this space to give this keynote approach on the keynote talk on gender and youth environment, implication for civic and community-minded engagement. Let's get them engaged and walk the talk and go beyond rhetorics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency, for your great words, of course. And of course, you reminding us a very, very important point that the gender equality in today's era is actually really important in order to move forward and progress. Thank you so much, Her Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to another esteemed speaker for tonight's session. Is His Majesty SS Nicholas I, head of the nation state of the Principality of Seborga. His Majesty will going to enlighten his presentation on the promoting intergenerational governance. Without further delay, His Majesty, over to you now. Thank you. Yes, you have been unmuted, His Majesty. You can. Sorry, we cannot hear you, His Majesty. We are unable to hear you, His Majesty.
Hit his mute button.
His Majesty, I unmuted you. Yes, we can now. His Majesty, yes, you can. Yes.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I do not reason, ladies and gentlemen, dear youth. First, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to the organizers of this conference for honoring me with this invitation. World Youth Day is an event that touches all of humanity, and I thank the United Nations for making August 12 an annual and global event dedicated to youthful people of our world. My first thought leads me to the definition of the word youth. What age group is considered to be young? I wonder indeed, at what age does youth begin and at what age does it end? Is it a state of mind? Millions of young people of this world live in diverse and sometimes contradictory and opposite situations. There are young people who are lucky to have access to education, information, while others exist completely enclosed in total inertia for lack of means or resources, depending on where they happen to be born, exist now on Earth. In any case, the youth of this world are full of wills, energy, and endowed with convictions to face the lack of governmental means, material wealth, and technology. Yes, the global population of young people is full of wills, ideas, and energy, whether personal or communal. Thus, it's imperative to give young people, students, whether in college or in university or in their workplace, the opportunities to express their intelligence and give free rein to their fruitful, progressive ideas, so that those who are no longer linked to youth may better understand the collective intelligence of our young people. This is how the human race evolves. Every generation plays a role. And if you, the youth, don't contribute your ideas and use your energy to manifest them, humanity cannot evolve. So we need each and every one of you to express yourselves and your ideas, or the rest of us will miss out on these valuable contributions to our shared human evolution. For many these days, young and less young, the world seems to be in a state of paralysis. But should we continue to leave humanity in this orchestrated chaos and lose confidence in one another? Absolutely not. And this question constitutes my second reflection. Let us not forget that the globalization continues to develop collaborations between nations and states that advocate peace and prosperity for all. This peace, tolerance, and understanding towards one another, this source of solidarity without distinction of race, color, creed, culture, sex, or sexual orientation increases daily. It is the peace that unites people of all ages, and who, without being aware of it, contribute to free trade with all the freedom of expression inherent in this century, whether cultural, political, economic, or religious. Yes, the key to the globalization in mutual and deep respect, but the generation of youth, as strong, as powerful as it is, remains dependent on agreements between nations and states, and some that are just waiting to be established. Globalization has a particular intelligence to repeat what it has already produced and tends to sit on its achievements as it responds to an economic and financial will in an accelerated rhythm. Through global cooperation, we can harness the power of our global trade so that it continues in an ecologically friendly and humanitarian fashion. We cannot stop the tides of change, but we can direct our collective energies for a more peaceful and secure planet. The specter of the symbols, materials, and statues that adorn our cities and parks bear witness to an earlier youth, which today's youth is taught to remember, perhaps subliminally, that the history of mankind was written by them. Humanity is aware of moving forward and sure of itself in this globalization, because many are not really aware that the future of humanity belongs to our children. Children will also say to themselves, let's get things done. But children will also be confronted with today's youth if nothing changes in consciousness. So let us today, together, take the path of consciousness in order not to just promote, but rather to materialize the wills and treasures of courage demonstrated by today's youth. The internet system that the previous generation created is a perfect example of this manifestation of wills. And I would say a benchmark. This wonderful technology, born from the human brain, opens up opportunities for all people by giving them more tools for their learning or in their training. Another example is the Principality of Serbia, a nation state which, in order to progress, has had to face not the youth, but the adult world, a world of adults caught up in ancient youth, but tending to remain a slave to his generation. The current world lives within the perceptions of previous generations. And when confronted with the major decisions that will make up the world of tomorrow, to the past. So, youth of today and tomorrow, let's create from sustainable development a major asset of international society, and let us strive to be the best regeneration in the cycle of humanity. Let us always remember the valuable lessons of the past and continue on in a spirit of collaboration, peace, and prosperity. So congratulate yourself on being young and don't waste your time feeling like you are not good enough or don't have something to contribute, because we all have something to contribute. It just may not be evident to you today, but know that the future of humanity will be richer with your contribution. I am so curious and pleased to learn what each of you contributes in terms of personal ardor and ideas in this pandemic period, where global and intergenerational solidarity is paramount. Know that the future is yours, and the Principality of Seborga does not hesitate to recognize it. Yes, the nation state of the Principality of Seborga knows what it is to undertake, knows what it is to give, and what it is to suffer from non-consideration by virtue of I don't know what law or I don't know what obscure force. However, the Principality of Seborga is now in tune with digital technology, and the blockchain of the Principality of Seborga is the fruit and proof of work accomplished with courage, solidarity, and determination. The Principality's digital administration has created all the technical dematerialization elements and all the financial instruments. And for that, I thank the Fed for having granted the status of currency to Bitcoin, as I thank the Federal Court of Washington, D.C. for formally considering Bitcoin as a form of money, a currency in its own right governed by the body of laws applying to financial flows. Because these new considerations give the opportunity to young people, as to all generations, to pursue university studies or to enrich themselves with training through bilateral agreements between the states which are willing to offer their youth this opportunity. At this time, when we praise the youth for its social and environmental movements, humanity is a new era, a new cycle. This new era that's upon us, I want to believe will be the most prestigious and peaceful. And if the young people of a bygone era, that is to say, the adults of today, don't want to make the effort to remedy the world's imbalances in a quick and concrete way, then it's up to the youth and those who support them to ensure that this new era benefits not only that of a privileged few, but of all people. Let's be convinced that peace, progress, sustainable development, ecology, environmental protection, equality between women and men, and solidarity are a common good that ensures every person will have their fair share. May this new era make it possible to increase the just and the good, so that all the women and men of the earth are recognized in their values in order to regain and maintain dignity in full. And finally, I hope that this new era will provide for billions of disabled and struggling human beings enough to overcome their suffering, hunger, misery, and ignorance, and that each human being will be able to access education and information to promote social progress and to participate in the development of the world and our shared human evolution. That are the role and the duty of governments to maintain the esteem, confidence, and mutual friendship of the people who, in this new era, come together to consolidate world peace. Heads of states, high dignitaries, let's unite our efforts and our wills so that the youth of today, of yesterday, and of tomorrow can enjoy our natural world and the benefits of digital technology and flourish in this new mechanism of society. Let's not be afraid of the future. The will of the people is to increase functioning, to make life for all better, and so that people will be actors. So let us to enjoy the system that scientists and engineers offer us, like this artificial intelligence, which we often speak of, because it ultimately only remains connected to a simple server or to a cloud that only one finger of a human hand is able to control. And if we, despite all this, and if fear were to reign supreme, then it's time to stop development and globalization, or to create jobs, like the seed of an oak tree that we plant without being afraid of its elevation. Let's trust our systems and instruments, because artificial intelligence will never exceed people's intellectual capacities. As for the future of our climate, for which the COP21 and the youth are mobilizing with the ardor and efficiency that we recognize in them, we can only deplore the impotence of the world's populations, despite the social and political enthusiasm for environmental security. We are simply confronted with the elements of Mother Earth that remain uncontrollable to us. Let's stop wondering and worrying, but instead and restore confidence with a new promise to preserve the natural world, and with our new technologies. The future looks bright for our young people and for all of humanity. The digital system of the Principality of Seborga that I represent, in its perspective and according to its platform, will create thousands of jobs, whether they belong to the world of today or to the world of tomorrow, whether public or private. And I will therefore not fail to submit my proposals to the General Secretary of the United Nations. To conclude, I humbly thank the Assembly for having listened to me. I thank the high dignitaries and the representatives of all the organizations present. And I thank again the youth and the United Nations for the energy, support, love, and wisdom that has brought me in front of you today, with a special tooth to indigenous people and Lebanese people, to whom I express my deepest solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Majesty, for your powerful speech, and of course, all those major areas, especially that our youth need to focus today. And of course, the decision maker and neighbors, and of course, the decision makers has to do something for in order to promote. Once again, thank you so much, His Majesty. It was really amazing to hear you. Thank you so much for giving us the time for today. Thank you so much, His Majesty. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move further to our another speaker for tonight, and that is nevertheless, of course, another enthusiastic and of course another personality, Mr. Khalid Imam. Mr. Imam, if you would like me to share your presentation, or you would like to do by yourself, sir. Well, I have ready your presentation with me. Whatever is convenient for you, sir.
That's great. Just 2 minutes first. I will say something else.
Sorry, Mr. Khalid, we cannot hear you properly.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Khalid, we can hear you.
Okay, great. It would be great if you can share my presentation just after.
Of course, sir. It's already ready for you, Mr.
Great.
Khalid. That's for you. Thank you. Welcome on board, Mr. Khalid. The floor is all yours. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks so much for the Center for SDG Global Education USA for inviting me and having me here. And I find it very difficult to speak after this powerful speeches by our other speakers today. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Khalid Imam. I am a human rights lawyer from Cairo, Egypt, and I work as the co-chair of the United Nations Interagency Network in Youth Development on behalf of the major group for children and youth. I am also the global focal point on SDG 16 at the UN major group for children and youth. And my focus as a lawyer and also as activist focused on the civic space and protection of human rights organizations, especially that lead by young people. And before to start my speech, happy International Youth Day for everyone here. And I think will be good to just share with you what we are doing for the International Youth Day. And I will just share my screen, Dr. Fawad, and then we can go back to your screen. Do you see my screen now? Or no?
Yes, we can. We can, of course.
Okay. So, do you see this page now, International Youth Day? Hello, do you see my screen now?
Yes, very well, sir. Very well. Please carry on.
Thank you. Thank you. So for the International Youth Day, I would like just to use 2 minutes to tell you or to show you what we are doing for the International Youth Day. So for the International Youth Day, the United Youth Caucus organizing a very big, large events, which is the United Youth Caucus or the World Map for Youth Events around the world. Through this page, you can first listen to our podcast, which we have some amazing youth speakers from all around the world sharing their story for youth engagement in many different topics. And if you open our map, you will see how there is like hundreds of people around the world now organizing many different events related to the International Youth Day. So I encourage you to have a look for this on this map and upload any event that related to the International Youth Day, including this event. And for sure, it's also opportunity to see how the young people, what the young people doing to celebrate this very important day. Now, please, Dr. Fawad, if you can go back and share my screen, I will stop.
Yes, if you just stop sharing your screen, then I will do that. And please, I request you do not forget to drop those links to the chat box, so our panelists as well as our participant will have a look into that as well. So,
yeah, I will do it now. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Your presentation is on board now.
Great. So if you go for the next slide, please. Next, sorry. So yeah, so here I would like to share some examples about what youth doing for the global actions. And first thing that I want to share here, how youth lead calls for change and democracy around the world and from Egypt, and what our experience after the Arab Spring showed, how young people were calling and leading many peaceful protests to call for democracy and to call for ending poverty and hunger and to call for justice and equal access to justice for everyone. And unfortunately, this call for protest and this peaceful change movement ended with a big large of violence from many different governments in the Middle East. And we have the only example who succeed to move from this movement with Tunisia, and hopefully the situation will continue there for the democratic transition. And also here now in Sudan, which is young people calling and leading change. And there's many challenges in Sudan, but young people still trying and seeking and working hard to end the transition system in Sudan with a democratic state, which is everyone have the fundamental human rights and democracy. And next, please. And secondly, after this large space of violence started by many governments in Middle East and worldwide, young people didn't stop here. The young people believe that we should live in a peaceful community. That youth organization, young people around the world, still working hard to make sure that we are that also live in a peaceful community. Look what's happening in Syria now in this very risks spaces. Still, many organizations trying to create the space for people to share the experience safely through digital spaces like social media or whatever. Also, Libya and Yemen and Sudan, all these places, with the young people in this very risk system, still trying to create a peaceful community and prevent conflict. Next, please. And the last example I want to share here, which is we experienced, I think you all know how the young people were working during the pandemic to raise awareness about social distance and healthcare, and how they're trying to help the other people or supporting the other people, especially young people who work in hospitals and health system, and this is for sure lead to saving lives of people, as the Secretary General mentioned, like young people was in the front lines trying to protect and saving the lives of the people during the pandemic. And I really I was honored to see how many youth organizations in different places, even in these in conflict areas, which is youth in conflict area facing the big risk, facing conflict at the same time, and with the lack of strong institutions, the COVID-19 pandemic has a very large impact there, which is also young people with this very limited resources still trying to help the others to protect themselves and to protect their countries from the pandemic. Next, please. Thank you. And here, no, the one, yeah, thank you. And here, I want to just highlight some challenges that young people and the organization leading by young people facing in worldwide now. And a first example for me, or first the challenges, and the most important challenge that youth organization, especially in my region, in Middle East and North Africa region, facing is the limitation of the civic space, and which is the authorities and government still attacking on our civic space and civil society organization. And many human rights organization and civil society organization targeted under the idea of counter-tourism, fighting under tourism. So the limitation of the civic space really created challenges now, and for sure this is preventing youth to make a global action. The second challenges, which is also related, is the lack of public safe spaces, including civic safe spaces, private safe spaces, digital safe spaces, physical safe spaces. This is very late on these spaces now, which is unfortunately making hard to work in the issues that I mentioned before, building strong institution and calling for peaceful communities. And here, I want to just mention the digital spaces, which is the only or the last spaces in many different countries that still young people can use to express their opinion and to show their work. Unfortunately, the digital spaces now is being targeted by many governments, hacking and attacking the privacy of the people, installing information and attacking people because they just expressing their opinion or sharing Facebook posts around the political situation. And one of also the challenges that young people face now is the lack of resource due inequality, corruption, poverty, and employment. And for sure, there's like a big link between all this kind of stuff. And as we know, the SDGs are linked and are important. So we cannot build strong institutions without young people participation, and we cannot make sure that young people participating in the decision making without ending corruption and poverty and employment. And the last thing that I want to mention is important to have exclusive network. Unfortunately, this exclusive membership and private network, which is like limited number of people controlling this network and this organization around the world, preventing young people to access to these resources. Next one. And here, after all these challenges, I want to just highlight and mention the new UN Security Council Resolution 2535, which is the third resolution on youth, peace, and security. And very largely, this resolution highlighting most of the problems that I mentioned above. The new resolution highlighting the problem of the civic space, linking the human rights violence and how the human rights violence around the world preventing us from building peace, and also mentioning the importance of accountability, how we need to bring those who are responsible for world crimes and human rights violence into justice, because sure we cannot achieve peace without justice, and we cannot have justice without accountability. Next, please. Thank you, and I would like to end with some recommendation that I believe that's very, very important to mention on the International Youth Day. First, we believe that the path to peace begins with respecting justice and fundamental human rights for every citizen, which is for sure requires spaces free from fear, and that young people can express their opinions safely. And this is also response about the point that I mentioned before. Young people have the power, young people want to change, but they cannot change when they are even cannot protect themselves. Second point, civil society organizations, especially led by young people, they are playing the most important role promoting human rights on the ground. Therefore, they must be protected and supported by all means possible. And lastly, effective networking is one of the most important methods to support civil society organization as a whole. And I think this is something that we can start from this discussion, that we can always support to create strong partnerships, strong networks between young people and also the international organizations, civil society organization, government that work on human rights and peace building and full education. And I would like to end here. Thanks so much again for having me here. And I'm sorry that my language is a little bit bad. Thank you.
Fawad, you are on mute.
Yeah, sorry into that. So yes, thank you so much, His Excellency Khalid, for giving us a very great speech. And of course, I would like to mention here to all our audience that His Excellency Khalid is actually the co-chair of the United Nations Interagency Network on Youth Development. So His Excellency having a very good hold into the youth development and youth department side from the United Nations. Once again, thank you so much, His Excellency Khalid, for giving us the time, and of course sharing an amazing presentation, and of course enlightening all those areas what it specifically United Nations is doing for the future leaders, that is our youth. And that's what we are celebrating here, our Youth International Day. Thank you so much, His Excellency Khalid. So moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, allow me to introduce Her Excellency Ambassador Dr. Diana Kinoli. She is a global leadership strategist and also a Diana Kinoli Enterprises, CDKA. She will be focusing on the youth-guided, the youth engagement, leaders of today, not just leaders of the tomorrow. Without further delay, Her Excellency, the floor is to you. And now I would like to share my screen for your presentation. Your Excellency, can you hear us?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. The time for new thinking and leadership on the realities of our human existence and how our society operates is now. Unlocking potential. The future of a nation is not ahead of us, it is within us. And we must accept the responsibility of building a nation. B, we must believe in the greatness of a nation and its youth as its drivers. C, we must commit our scarce resources, including our network and our net worth, so that D, we are able to deliver the future of a nation. The future of a nation is not just a time zone or a date on a calendar that is yet to be revealed. The future of any nation is everything that the nation can do, but has not yet done. The future of any nation is everything it can be, but has not yet become. The future of any nation is everything that the people of that nation can have, but have not yet possessed. We must make a covenant to deliver that future now, because you do not walk into the future, you deliver the future by how you prepare and make room for potential to succeed today. The legacies of greatness across the nations are in our youth today. And to the youth, two very powerful questions to ask. Number one, what is the legacy of greatness that you know about your nation? And two, what will the value of your nation's currency be against any currency in 2025 and 2030? The human race is a relay race, and every generation must be willing to run their race and to understand that there comes a point where you must be able to pass the baton onto the next generation. And every generation has a choice to make, to either be a wasted generation or to be a great generation. A wasted generation hands over a disadvantage to the next generation and then says, it's now up to you to fix it. A wasted generation enjoys constant power and then hands over generators to the next generation. A wasted generation does not improve education systems and does not want the next generation to go to the same schools that prepared them for leadership. A wasted generation does not ensure road safety and the safety of its citizens. A great generation hands over an advantage to the next generation. A great generation not only solves problems for its generation, it also helps them to learn the next generation how to solve its problems. A great generation does not pass problems to the next generation. It passes solutions and problem-solving techniques, problem-solving institutions, problem-solving systems, teaching these to the next generation. A great generation does not burden the next generation with their problems because they know that the next generation will have problems of their own to solve. Accepting responsibility to build a great generation, because it is what you permit that will persist. Let us be very clear. Whilst we may not be responsible for the nation that we inherited from our parents will not be responsible for the nation that our children will inherit from us. That responsibility is solely ours. The time is now when we are not able to afford the luxury of self-deceit. The question that our youth, our children and grandchildren will ask is not, how did we get here? But what did you do to get us here? And we must have the answer. People are born and planted in nations to build, to work, to guide, to God, and to produce a better version of the nation they were born into. We are ordained with talent, with passion, and with a personality to be able to identify a problem and solve it for our generation. Leading today to lead tomorrow. To our youth, we are learning from you. We thought that we needed to get to success before we could get to significance. You already understand significance and are teaching us to harness the power of being cause-oriented, to work collaboratively and not in silos. You do that well in the community, in the nation, and across the nations, driving global movements. And so I say to you, the future of leadership is within you. The future of leadership is within me and within every person that you encounter every day, including our wonderful panelists today. So do your personal growth work to know your worth and do not relent. Grow where you are planted. Do not settle for less than your worth. Do not let anyone who doesn't look like you make decisions about you. Design a vision for where you are going. Do not focus on the past, because outside of today, tomorrow belongs to you. Be absolutely tenacious. Vision does not happen just because you saw it. So fight for it, maneuver for it. It will unfold piece by piece. So be patient. Challenges, remember, are a sign that there is value in what you seek. And practice gratefulness, because it gives you more when you get to the place that you are supposed to be. Practicing gratefulness might not feel like it when you get there, or what you had in mind, because of what it took and what it takes to get there. You practice gratefulness because there are some things that you will have to deal with. There are some difficulties you will have to walk through. You practice gratefulness because the celebration usually doesn't look like you thought it would be. And when all is said and done, find your way to absolute gratitude, because you, our youth, are multidimensional. You are creative beings, children of God, gifted with an amazing intellect, living in a physical body, to have dominion over all things, and abundance is your birthright. We believe in you. And I have a special gift for you today. If you will go to www.dianakenoli.org/dream2020, remember to add that in, you will be able to download a plan on how you can work through developing your dream, vision, goals, and use it over and over again. Thank you so much for listening. It is my honor to serve you today.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency, for giving us, in fact, a new direction that let's not forget present, of course. We always talk about the future leaders, but the present will make them, of course, the future, the great leader. Thank you so much, Her Excellency, Diana. So we do have plenty of questions, of course, that we will be going to somehow entertain when we will be opening our question answering sessions. So I can see that people are really interesting and, of course, appreciating this all great what is going on. So without further delay, let's move forward to our another speaker for tonight. And just wait. Okay, so it's better we will open a question answer floor at this stage to entertain some questions from our participant for today. So if we see the questions today, so the floor is open for the question answer. I would request to all our participants, if you start dropping your question, and also don't forget to mention to which particular speaker you would like to ask this question, or it could be like anyone can, of course, answer that. So I can see one question that says from Dr. Sudhir Joshi, all the way from India, Gujarat, actually. He said that, can we make youth as a change agent by assigning them specific responsibilities of a specific indicator of SDG after giving training as per protocol? As here in India, we started in this regards, SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 are very good area for youth. Yes, that's great. Thank you very much for your question, Dr. Sudhir. I would request to our panelists if anyone would like to answer this question, which has been asked by one of our participants. You can unmute yourself. To all our speakers, you can unmute yourself and then you can answer this question. Or perhaps if we could request to His Excellency Khalid. Sir, if you would like to somehow focus on this question, which is of course related to the SDGs. So our participant will hear from you in this regard. His Excellency Khalid,
Yeah,
can
I
you
hear
hear
you.
us?
You hear me?
Very well, sir.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
Please.
Yeah, thanks for the question or this recommendation. For sure, it's very good always to give young people the power and to give them the space to change. And I saw your suggestion about giving young people like a special tasks on special indicators within the SDGs. And that's actually what also we do with the major group for children and youth, the United Nations major group of children and youth. We have different youth organization and different individuals, youth leaders who lead in some specific goals. So, for example, I am the global focal point on SDG 16. So my area of work is focused on SDG 16 plus, which is including the access to justice, build strong institutions, human rights education, all these kind of issues. And specifically under SDGs, we have some different also avenue, which is we have the peace and security, we have the human rights, we have the responsibility to protect, we have the YPS or the youth peace and security. So this is a good example about how young people on the major group working with us. At the same time, we have other groups who work in gender equality, and they are also engaging with many different avenues within the United Nations system with specific goals. And under these goals, they also divided to specific groups for specific targets and indicators. So, and also I would love to hear from more here. And for sure, this is what I mentioned before about partnerships and networking and sharing experience. So for sure, will be good for us to know what you are doing in India and how this works. And sure, we can, if this is good practice, we can share this with our teams in the other different countries. And also here, I want to mention the UN country teams that we're working with now. We work with some United Nations offices in all around the world about this kind of issues, how we can engage young people within the SDGs and the four pillars of the United Nations. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got another interesting question, and that's for Her Excellency Ambassador Diana. And the question is, sorry, Her Excellency, can you hear us? Dr. Diana?
Yes, I can.
You hear us? Okay,
yes,
so the question is that, please, can you tell me how one can strictly implement change in the society, since no one is willing to adopt to change due to high level of corruption?
So in leadership development, we always say whatever change you want to see on the outside has to begin within you, right? And you have to determine what it is you desire. You have to figure out what it is you are called to do. Because once you make up your mind what it is you have been called to do, how you have been called to serve, change then begins to work from the inside out, right? But you do have to have a clear view, a clear picture of what it is you have been called to do. When it comes to matters of adaptation, you as the youth choose to do that. You have the power to design the life that you want. No one can do that for you. You are the ones that have the absolute passion that you need, right? Because a lot of us who have been there before, it's kind of taken us a long time to get to where we have been. You can literally have everything you desire right now. It just takes you making up your mind to do it. And whatever you don't like, this is what we say. Wherever your focus will go, that's where all of your effort is going to go. Focus on what it is that you want. Focus on the design for your life that you want, and design your empowered life. Because if you are absolutely empowered, everyone else around you is going to be empowered. So I hope that helps you, Francis Oraeki.
Yes, of course, that was the one. That's fine. So I can't see any more questions. And
I think there's
okay,
one.
there is one question, of course. Sorry, Her Excellency, you were saying something?
No, I was just letting you know that there is one question.
Yes, that's what I was just thinking. There is one question before we can move. Yes, your answer is actually to the Francis Oreke, actually, about that. And let's move forward. There's another interesting question. It said that how could we improve humanities as much as our ability? I think it is the most important point for development, actually. So the course the participant haven't mentioned. So I would like to request to all our participants, please do mention that to whom you are asking this question. So it will be better for us to give the floor to that respective speaker, actually. So yes, so the question is again, how could we improve humanities as much our ability? I think it is most important point for development. Maybe we can request to Her Excellency Professor Sarah, if you could hear us. Her Excellency Sarah, are you hearing us?
I'm hearing you. Can I?
Yes, I can repeat a question for you. It's
Yes,
about the development, Her Excellency. The question is, how could we improve humanities as much our ability? I think it is the most important point for development, Her Excellency.
thank you very much. It is a very important question because the reason why I think the theme of this year has to do with youth engagement for global action is to improve our humanity. Everybody needs a sense of belonging, and everybody needs to have that opportunity to serve in whatever capacity they want to. So can we improve humanity as best as our ability? Like I said, it depends on the choices we make. The choices we make also affect the actions that come towards us. Like Her Excellency, who spoke before me, said, the youth themselves need to have confidence in themselves because self-value, self-dignity, self-respect, nobody can give it to you. unless you give it to yourself. And you must have a vision to translate your world into what the thing should be. Like I used to tell the youth of Africa, when you speak about the American dream, what do you say about the African dream? And most often I hear with a very big laugh, like they are jeering, you know. But it is very, very important. It shows where we are coming from. It is that humanity, impacting our humanity. I believe that the governments, who are the policy makers, should put in strategies that actually improve the life of everybody. Like I said, irrespective of race, class, or gender. And in doing that, it means that we need to bring competence and competence and skills that can actually change the lives of people. Education, because I'm the Commissioner for Human Resources, Science and Technology, heading 3 divisions: education, science and technology, and youth and human resources. Like I read there, the youth are leaders today, not only for tomorrow. And I agree with you. And if they are leaders today, we need to make sure that they have their basic needs, they have good education, and then they have the co-creation spaces to participate. So to create, to improve our humanity means that we should see each and every one of us as deserving of that quality to be alive. Because it shouldn't be because I'm rich or I'm poor. Like I used to say, you know, when you take a flight, there's business class, there's first class, and there's third class. But the important, or the economic class, the important thing is that all of us are arriving at the same time. And if all of us are arriving at the same time, we need the same safety measures because it is the same plane. In essence, it is the same world. It is the same humanity. So whether you are business, first class, or economic class, what is important is you having adequate resources to take good care of yourself. And that is the only way we can promote peace in our world. So to have that humanity, that perfect humanity, or anyway, that ideal humanity is for us to have basic necessities that concern food, potable water, good health, and policies that actually drive us towards this move. So if that is done, then our ability can match our desire. The vision must be first. What is that vision of humanity that you're thinking about? And when you think about that vision, if it's a holistic vision, then definitely a holistic approach will be taken to serve each and everyone in the society so that the different conflicts and dissents that we experience will no longer be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And in fact, I've got another question for you, Her Excellency. And
Okay.
the question is from Yabusira. And the question is, how can we make peaceful protest one's own country for the sake of democracy, especially in African country?
The theme of this year of the African Union is silencing the guns. The theme of last year of the African Union was 2019, the year of returnees, refugees, and internally displaced persons. For the past 3 years, the theme has focused on peacekeeping and making sure that we have peace in our continent. How can we actually promote that culture of peace? To promote the culture of peace is actually linked to the very question I just answered. Because what makes people to have conflict within the society, the African society that we see, the high rate of unemployment, the discrimination that occurs within the systems, and the promises, the government talk shows that do not actually implement the talk. They don't go beyond rhetorics. And people are already pushed to the wall. And when people are pushed to the wall, when they're pushed to the wall, they resist. And that resistance brings in different forms of conflicts and protests. So how can we stop this protest, or how can we make a peaceful process? How can there be a peaceful protest? Because when you're protesting, it is something agitating you to protest. In Africa, we say a hungry man is an angry man. If a hungry man is an angry man, it therefore means that they have not been given their full rights. And when they see that segregation and discrimination, the only other way they can move is to protest. And there's no way we can actually have a peaceful protest. If government wants a peaceful protest, they should give a listening ear to the people. They should feel the pains of the people. They should speak in the language of Ubuntu, because in Africa we say, Ubuntu, I am because you are. It therefore means my own existence, my very existence depends on you. And you know what COVID-19 has taught us? Each and every one of us, there's nobody beyond the scourge of COVID. Whether you are rich, whether you are poor, male or female, handicapped or physically alert, you are faced with COVID at the same way you express it. And I'm sure the world is listening to the COVID pandemic because great and big people have all passed on. So if we realize that our humanity depends on each other, whether you are a president, when you are talking about education, believe that your child or your child or your protege will go to that very school. And then therefore, you need to make good decisions on education. If it's the health facilities, many who used to travel to Switzerland, abroad, etc., to get their medicals now have to stay back in Africa because there was a complete lockdown. It therefore means they need to promote a good health structure. If these infrastructures are put in place, and there's a communication and awareness and sensitization that if we speak democracy, government of the people, by the people, for the people, then we should act the way it is. It is the only way I believe that you can have a peaceful protest. Because when you promise people for so long, it's like you having, I'm going to use something I normally do in the classroom, which normally moves towards my students and make them feel. If you have a boyfriend who keeps on promising you every day, I will do this for you, I will do that for you, and he never does it, what happens? One day when he comes, you will look at him straight in the eye and say, get out. You are not worth my attention. And that is what is happening in many countries of Africa because the government is not responding to the needs of the people. And the people, they are the bigger people, democracy, the larger population. And when push comes to shove, what you see is what we witness now in Africa. So it is high time we as leaders take responsibility because leadership is a responsibility. I hope I didn't go up with it.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency. I wish I could entertain more questions, but nevertheless, we have to cope up with the time as well, and there are plenty of amazing and high excellencies speakers are waiting for us, and we all are really eager to hear them. So let's move on to our next speaker, of course. Our next speaker is His Excellency Ambassador Usman Sirki, who is actually the Director of a National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS Kuru, Nigeria. His Excellency will be going to enlighten onto the topic of a democratic participation of youth and strengthening meaningful engagement. Without further delay, His Excellency Usman, the floor is yours, sir. His Excellency, can you hear us? I think there is some, yes, His Excellency, can you hear us?
He's having problem to log in, get another speaker. He's trying to come in.
Yes, I can see it's fixed, Dr. Ada, and I am just unmuted.
Yes,
I've just unmuted him.
Yeah, he's having problem coming in now.
Yeah, good evening.
Okay, he's here, sorry.
Sorry. Okay, thank you, His Excellency. The floor is yours. We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure and honor to join you. I'm supposed to speak on the subject or topic, democratic participation of youth in strengthening meaningful engagement. It gives me great pleasure to join you and to speak on this very important topic. We all agree that the sudden and unexpected outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic across the world has posed a very serious challenge to youth and all societies. The pandemic's global and localized impacts on the attainment of the SDGs must be considered by the panelists and by the UN family in general. The worldwide demonstrations also against racism and racial discrimination has created a new empathy and solidarity among young people across the world, for which they should be commended and also this momentum should be maintained towards creating equality and a sense of community amongst all people. My presentation has been sent to the organizers. It can be shared by the organizers to all interested parties. I think, it will, because of the time limit, I cannot read through it. But the important thing is that the SDGs offer very, very unique opportunity for young people to become engaged in the global governance process and also at the national level towards establishing equality, creating inclusiveness, and making peaceful and prosperous societies possible, as envisaged by the SDGs. The other issue, of course, is the importance of connecting today's event with the celebration of the International Youth Day by the United Nations. This is a very important and highly significant occasion to create democratic space for young people to participate in politics and in governance. Without young people's participation in politics and governance, democracy will lose its future prospects and immediate momentum. Carrying young people along and creating inclusiveness is the surest guarantee towards ensuring that democracy is sustained, democracy is strengthened, and democracy is made to be relevant to the lives of people. The other issue, of course, which I wish to raise is that young people must be very dynamic and also purposeful in their engagement in their communities, particularly towards enabling them to be groomed for leadership in their communities. And I think, it's very important for me to refer to the outcome of the meeting of the Community of Democracy, or COD, that took place in Bucharest, Romania in July, where a resolution was adopted in which the space for participation of young people in democracy was highly recommended in member states. And I think this is also very true for all other countries, where young people should be encouraged to participate in politics and in governance, and also in ensuring that the future of democracy is protected and strengthened through observation of human rights, promotion of human rights, the fight against, to intensify the fight against discrimination and racism, and also in making sure the economic prospects and opportunities are open for young people so that inclusiveness and equality is introduced into societies. Very recently, the Secretary General of the United Nations spoke to the entire world about growing inequality in the world and in our countries and in our communities. Inequality today poses the greatest threat and challenge to democracy. And it's young people who will fight to bring about a reversal in the growing trend in inequality and ensure that equality is reintroduced as a major theme and major important subject of discussion in the United Nations. So these are the remarks that I have aside of the, from the written text that I have sent to the organizers. And it gives me very, very great pleasure, sir, to be part of this. Let me seize this opportunity to send to the United Nations my condolence message on the passing away of His Excellency Ambassador Jean-Francois Zinzo, former ambassador and permanent representative of Benin Republic, with whom we worked very closely together to introduce the SDGs and other processes. So I thank you, Dr. Ada. I thank all of you for giving me these opportunities. And let me congratulate all young people around the world on the commemoration of the International Youth Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Usman, who is actually the former Deputy Permanent representative of Nigeria to the United Nations. Thank you so much for giving us the time. Thank you so much for highlighting all those major issues, and of course, some great advices to all our younger generation, of course, the youth, on the day of International Youth Day. Thank you so much, His Excellency. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to thank you, His Excellency. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our another speaker for tonight. That is His Excellency Saad Okekes. He is actually the liaison officer of the International Federation of Medical Students Association. His Excellency Saad will going to highlight the area and going to discuss about the accelerating action and transformative ways. Without further delay, His Excellency Saad, the floor is to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and yeah, it's a great pleasure for me to be here. You know, it's really happy to be, you know, in International Youth Day celebration. And for me, I really believe that every day is International Youth Day. I mean, today is the 5th webinar I've been in just in today, and seeing every stakeholder, UN organizations, ministers, decision makers taking the lead and stepping and saying we should call for youth involvement and youth engagement during this day is really heartwarming. And I really wish that we can see that throughout the year. And this is what we youth are advocating and calling for, that not only in Youth Day, but other days and other years, all the time, we keep pushing and we keep calling for meaningful youth engagement. So basically, it's great to be here. My name is Saad. I'm a final year medical student from Morocco, and I am coordinating the COVID response, and again, in the International Federation of Medical Students Associations, IFMSA, representing 1.4 million medical students around the world. So basically working a lot in the communities. And I would love to share with you from my humble experience some reflections about, you know, transforming actions and accelerating youth actions toward SDGs. So the way we'll go for this is I'll be sharing with you a framework with simple steps for young people to accelerate their actions and to transform their work to achieve SDGs. And at each level, I would be sharing some recommendations for decision makers, for stakeholders, for organizations, so that we can all together join hands and support you. So starting with first step, which is identifying your cause. And it's really crucial, you know, as young people, we tend to have energy, we have to have this creativity and motivation to make change happen and to act and to speak. But again, it's really important to be as specific as we can when choosing our cause. Once you choose your cause, then you can start your next step. And here, the role of us as organizations, as stakeholders, is to support the young people do that, is to offer them the space for them to speak up about their causes and about their problems. And I'm sure, and as Her Excellency just said, a hungry man is an angry man, and that's absolutely true. If you have young people in remote areas spending their whole day busy trying to find a job, trying to find something to feed their siblings and their families, they will not be able to advocate for their cause. So it's really important to provide this space, provide the rights for young people so that they can have the chance to focus on speaking about their causes. So that would be step number one. And once we have our cause and problem identified, then it's really important for young people to build themselves. And here I really emphasize on capacity building. I'm a peer trainer myself, and I really saw the magic that capacity building and empowerment can do when it comes to young people, and giving them the capacities, the knowledge and skills for them to transform to active actors and to take the lead on their problems. And here, it's really important to note that not only building capacity on the topic itself, but on different SDGs. And I'm sure that working on COVID for the past 4 months, that's a lesson that we all learned here, is that a health crisis is not only a health crisis, it's an SDGs crisis. That was the situation with COVID. We saw people getting their lives disrupted, jobs, gender violence at homes, different issues regarding the environment and so on. So when advocating on your cause, you should, as young people or as young person, build your capacity regarding that cause, and again regarding different SDGs, because they are all related, and that's what we keep saying about SDGs. They are interlinked, and you cannot achieve one problem if you don't work on different other problems. So as our roles, again, as organizations and stakeholders, is to offer platforms for young people, to support them, give them the knowledge and skills they need, and give them opportunities to grow. It can be by giving voluntary options. It can be by opening internships for you and organizations, ministries, decision-making agencies, and so on. Also providing part-time jobs and those practical field learning experiences for young people, so that they can grow, they can learn, and they can be empowered to take action on their problems. So moving on, there is very essential step, which is networking. And I always say that one hand can never clap alone. It's really important for us, especially in the starting phases, to join hands, and this can really transform our actions and give us some really high impacts. It's really important to look for people who are working on the same cause, work with them, network with them as young people, because together you can have a louder voice and you can have a higher impact. And our role here, again, as organizations and stakeholders, is to make sure we offer platforms for young people, either on the national level, local level, or international level, where people can network with each other. And this is, for example, what we're trying ourselves as young people to do. As IFMC, we're linking young people from more than 130 countries. The UNMGCY as well are providing platforms for sharing of best practices. So other stakeholders should do the same, giving a sharing option for sharing best practices, so that youth can network with each other and collaborate with each other. And this is really crucial. Again, another thing that should be worked on is starting small. And yeah, it was said before, step by step, so that you can reach impact. And I'm sure that, you know, if you try to do some advocacy work and raise your voice and speak about your problems without doing anything, it will not be as impactful as if you did some small actions. And let me just share with you, for example, an experience that I had personally in the last 3 months. Basically, we had an issue regarding information literacy and the spread of myths and all false informations in the recent times with COVID. Everyone is worried, everyone is sharing information without verifying it. So we networked as 4 international youth organizations. We started a small initiative, a survey to analyze the situation and the attitude of youth regarding information. We did that for the past 2 months. We got more than 3,000 answers, and that small action allowed us to be in touch with WHO, with UNESCO, and today our action was presented in the webinar of WHO as a success story with the presence of the Director General of WHO and UNESCO. So small actions can never be underestimated. You start doing some local action, it does impact, and then you can raise your voice and say that this is what I did and this is what I want to do in the future. And again, when it comes to our role here, again, as organizations and stakeholders, it's really important to give facilities for youth, support them, and especially do not complicate the processes for young people. You know, when a young motivated person wants to do some local action in their community, don't overburden them with paperwork, with, you know, asking them to submit demands or go to this bureau and this bureau so that they can get approved. Just support them, just give them resources and the needs that they want. If a son of yours or a daughter of yours is needing some support, you would do whatever you can to make that happen. Do the same for young people. Don't overcomplicate that. And here I'm speaking, you know, from personal experience, wanting to make something happen. You spend more time making paperwork than the time you spend in the real field. So that's something to remember, please. Another thing to focus on, again, or something that we should keep doing as young people, is making your noise. And I'm not speaking here about protesting or you know, strikes or that kind of noise, but I'm speaking about raising our voice and going and reaching to stakeholders and saying that we exist, saying that this is our cause, saying that this is what we've done as actions, and saying this is what we want. This is the change that we want to achieve. And believe me, if you keep making your noise, this is how it works. And this is what happened for us. We made noise. We reached out to WHO and UNESCO, and they saw that we are motivated and have a cause. So they collaborated with us. And I'm sure that many of your excellencies are here, have some really experiences with youth that have done some actions and made noise. And because if you don't make noise, you will not be able to support them and know about them. So make noise. It can be as simple as a tweet and then tagging the decision maker in your country. And that's making noise. That can make your voice reach out to the decision-making table. So that's very important. And again, here for us as stakeholders or organizations to take into consideration is providing space for youth to raise their voice, to express themselves, to express their concerns, and to express what they are doing. And it can be done on different levels. It's like now people have quotas for youth in parliament, people have inclusion of youth in their ministries and in their decision-making level, UN Youth Delegates programs, so many initiatives for youth people so that they can make noise and express themselves in a good way. And maybe finally, there is this thing which is really essential: keep going. So it's important for you as young people to keep going and keep persistent and working again and again for your causes, because it's the long-term action that really makes change happen, and step by step you can really make things happen. And yeah, finally, I guess those were some reflections from my side on maybe it's a framework or some steps for young people on how you can, change and elevate your game to reach out to SDGs. And again, some tips maybe from my humble experience and other youth that I interacted with on organizations and decision makers on how they can support youth to make that transformative pathway happen. And a happy day for everyone.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Saad. It was quite interesting the way you put out the things, of course, and especially those areas which is our youth is actually somehow surrounded with. So thank you so much for giving a very great and interactive presentation for that. And of course, to giving us the time and share your expertise and experiences on that. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, let's move to our another speaker for tonight, and that's Her Excellency Lala Rahal. She is a special advisor to the President of the Arab African Council for Integration and Development, called as AACID. She will going to highlight the special role, of course, in order to having an engagement for girls for global action, the road to leadership by and for girls. So without further delay, Her Excellency Lara Rahal, the floor is yours, ma'am.
So good evening, everyone. Majesty, Your Excellency, honorable guests, and great youth we have today. All the management for this organization, Center SDG for Education USA. Thank you to Excellency Fawaz. Thank you to Dr. Okika and the Executive Director for this organization. It was great what you done today with all these honorable people here with us. So let's highlight and talk about the youth. Everyone know that the youth are the future, are the monopoly, are the life, the palpitation of our heart. That's why I'm not going to make any speech. What is coming from the heart, go into the heart, because one day I was youth and I did not find someone to support me, to help me. This new generation, they have everything. They need only sustainable development and system, and they need motivation. They are more brilliant than anyone in the world. They are the light of our life. So it's our duty, it's our engagement to make them in better home. They need only to understand diversity and inclusion. They need to know unity is humanity. They need to know dignity. It's the great opportunity they can have, and they need also to know that if they make them hand together, they will build everything, strategy, goals, and them dream it will be a really achievement. So today, wherever it's this organization, they're doing and fighting, United Nations and all the globe, they're all fighting for the youth. And all this excellency today, they're talking about the youth. But did we ask one day what the youth want? This is the main question we have to ask them. What do you want in this life? They will say, we want stability, we want security, we want health, we want a better home, better life, we want job, we want. So we cannot do that ourselves. You are the one who have to fight for this, and you are the voice of the future. Let's talk about the engagement girls, and let's talk about how we can support the girls. Today, each girl is the mother and future for a society and for a community. So today, if we support the girls, we are not talking about the girls who are in New York, Paris, or are in a high-level society. We're talking about the villages. Those girls are in small spot in the world, Africa, Estonia, Lithuania, and North Africa, Arabic zones, those villages with never people step there, Cambodia, India, Pakistan maybe. So there is a lot of corners in our community and nation and big globe which they never been highlighted. Those girls, they need support, they need a voice, they need to empower them. How to empower them? To give them decent life. United Nations is not from anywhere. They make this system, and they did not prepare this strategy and sustainable development to empower the youth from nothing. All these organizations are fighting for this because they know there is late somewhere, somehow there is a miss. So this girl, today, we are empowering the mother of tomorrow. We're empowering them to know what is their role, what they have to do, how they have to build their future. There is some girls, which I talk to them because I'm the president for women empowerment, and that gave me the role to empower the girl. I go to the villages, small villages, and I ask them, what do you want? Sometimes they say, we want just someone to listen to us, someone to help us, someone to understand what we want. So today, any young girl is my girl. Any African girl, it's my girl. And anyone have a dream, we have to make it through. Because if we empower them, let's see, internet is opening door for everyone. Uncle Google is teaching everyone. They are brilliant, they are smart, because in COVID-19, I've discovered that those youth are very smart, because with Excellency Fawad, we did a lot of SDG and we did a lot of conference, and we really help a lot of youth to participate with us to create a professional leader. We done it in different way. There is a girl with the need to be a leader for tomorrow. They need to empower themselves to empower others. Because when we go to small village, we empower one, be sure she will empower all the village. Because now the women's are everywhere. And the youth, they are everywhere, and they are very smart. They're following technology. They are following the big mentor, what they're doing, and copying that. They are protecting the environment. They are protecting each other, and they're connecting. So today we have to make girls, empowering them to be entrepreneur, to build for them small business, to let them live life with dignity, to do some achievement, and to be proud of themselves. The girls need sustainable development like today what we are doing, and they need to raise their voice. I'm not going to talk about negative part, which say discrimination, violence, of a lot of bad words. I don't need to rape and etc., and justice, because there is a people who can handle it. The law of life, a law of God, give us a right as missioner to give our voice to them and to listen to them. So to empower the girl, it's not only word and strategy we make, we have to achieve. We have to put that in solution. We have to really make the impact and make the difference. So I'm saying to all the youth, you are the future leader. You are the builder of a nation. You are our successions for the future. So today, you and only you can make difference. Wherever you are, no, we don't mind about your gender, but we mind about your mind. Set up mind. Find your matchmaker to make the home better, to make the world sustainable, to make your vision and your dream true. It's you, only you, the future. We are with you. If we are today here, it's because of you. And happy National Day, happy life, and you can make the world better. Thank you very much. If any question, I'm ready. I did not want to be long because too much talking after it doesn't have a value and meaning. Shortcut, our future is the youth. And we are here for you. Anything I can add? I'm always with you. Thank you to our great management for this anniversary. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Fawad. Thank you, Dr. Okika. And nice to be with you. Put our hand together for better life, better home, and for the future of the youth. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency. Like always, you are very passionate, of course, about the youth development, and of course, at the stage focusing about empowering and giving the voice to our girls and of course for to the women. Thank you so much, Her Excellency, for giving us the time. Talk about the gender equality. Let's move forward. It's time to setting the pace for the global action. It's time to work on the youth and the promotion of the SDGs in the new normal way. So without further delay, allow me to invite His Excellency Ambassador Dennis Antoine. He will be focusing and enlightening on the area of COVID-19, the global pandemic, and of course emphasizing the participation of youth in the promotion of SDGs. Without further delay, Ambassador, the floor is yours now.
Let me thank you, moderator, and to extend my congratulations to all the illustrious speakers that went before me. I particularly want to thank the organizer, Dr. Okika, and to clearly indicate that this occasion is a celebration of the significance of our youth. Now, there has been a surge of negative and positive emotions brought about by the pandemic in the global community. Now, if taken at its height, can lead to a restored world with greater fortune for all. If this opportunity is lost to reclaim humanity and human dignity, our world will be filled with more misery. We are now living in an interconnected and interdependent world, which demands that we take full advantage of this moment for collective response to reach global consensus or lose it all. So let this rising tide lift all to a higher level of humanity. In doing so, I believe our children would more readily and should be more readily included in the process. I have often wondered when children make their contribution to our world. I am constantly mindful of how much, as an adult, I have learned from my children. I have watched with interest the way children solve adult problems with pure thought processing and without inhibition. I have recalled my daughter and my son devouring math equations that I am still wondering how to solve. I have a nephew whom I admire because of his tremendously advanced capacity in solving mental limitless equation, limitless length. But the question that's always asked of our children, what do you want to do when you grow up? Could you imagine that? What do you want to do when you grow up? Our children are not the future. They are now. Therefore, they must be engaged now. The SDGs that we have embraced has been formulated in 2015. And we're talking about the future. That's the past, you know. The SDGs have been designed now. It is because the future begins. The future is upon us. The question is, we have visualized the future. Therefore, to realize it, collective, inclusive engagement is on now. We need intergenerational exchanges to ensure restoration. As the generational gaps shifts. Now, the most beautiful observation of children or youth is how imaginative they are. Therefore, a journey into the future with the adults of the future who are now children is a most fascinating and reassuring voyage to realize that our children gets it. They get it. Just as adults now got it. But let me ask you this question. Don't you wonder if adults did get it when we look at how things are today? Now, passing it on, that is life's relay, does not have an exchange zone when one generation passes it on to the other. That's why I am promoting intergenerational engagement. Now, we are in a storm. Collective responsibility is required. All stakeholders must be prepared. Educators need to be re-educating to teach new approaches to teachers. And we have to reach students and parents as partners. Our societies are being restored. Therefore, changes existing in institutional infrastructure must shift from traditional methods. Quality education delivery has to be progressive and transformative. Do we have a communication glitch?
Sorry, let's carry on, His Excellency. Someone's mic was unmuted. I'm very sorry to intervene in between. Please carry on, His Excellency.
All right, quality education delivery has to be progressive and transformative, equitable, affordable, and accessible. These requirements are addressed in the SDGs. At the beginning of the 21st century, We talked a lot about connectivity. Today, there is still deep inequity in urban and unserved rural areas. Too many young people do not have access to the bandwidth needed for effective communication in the less affluent areas where large clusters of youth are living. All institutional, social, and traditional barriers must be removed to include youth in the development process. Intergenerational engagement has been spoken of earlier. Students need more adults who are active in their lives, not to preach, but to reach them and listen. Youths have to be able to connect to seniors with whom they would feel comfortable approaching if there were problems. In an era of COVID-19, however, we are compelled to realize that we are all learners. I would like to propose that youth, that's young people, begin to identify the ways in which youth can make a difference now. We need to hear from them what they consider to be their area of major advantage. Instead of speaking of them as about the future, youths around the world could make a credible difference in addressing the crises at home where they are and reaching out to others in the diaspora through social media to share ideas of how they are making a difference where they are. We are in a difficult period for school districts. Partnerships are needed for social and emotional support. And a lot is being said. We need support for food security. We need to ease anxiety. There are youths in the streets protesting in countries. How do youths feel in countries where they can't protest? Youths are speaking to youths on specific topics of common interest, offering solutions to each other, and to help raise awareness about how they are coping with the COVID-19 crisis. Now, youths must be given opportunities to participate in transforming the communities and the environment. With the right tools and programs, literacy alone is not enough anymore. Definitely not enough among our youths. In this global fight against the pandemic, proper tools, knowledge, skills, and environment must be at the disposal of young people, and they must be encouraged to take an active role in offering practical solutions to their various communities. Young people must be empowered to take action to ensure that the COVID-19 disease is contained in their communities. Power sources. Now, youths, our population of youth is a valuable power source that must be tapped into by our respective communities. Global electrification and distribution of this power must come from engaging our youths as navigators to make constructive conveyance in the midst of this pandemic. Youths are encouraged to represent the interest in the fight against this disease. Becoming involved now is taking hold of the future. Youths are reminded that they are not the future. Posterity is. Our youth are now. In this crisis, when there is a manifestation of confusing good and evil, the fresh eyes and voices of young people can bring welcome change. And I emphasize that youths are the guarantors of the future that is envisioned in the 2030 agenda. So start defining that future as you are in it. The future is every tick of the clock. So I do hope that, as the distinguished convener of this event, Dr. Ada always say, youth is not the future. Posterity is. Youth is now. Let us become engaged. Let us take the journey. Let the youth see. Let us visualize with our youth what the future can be so we can realize it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for your powerful speech and, of course, to giving a way forward to putting things more into implementation and into the global action side. Thank you so much, His Excellency, for your great words and, of course, supporting the great youth. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to our another esteemed speaker for this session. I would like to invite Mr. Bill Graham. He is the Vice Chair, NGO Committee for Education, Learning and Literacy at the United Nations. Mr. Graham will going to focus onto the area of a promotion at the national level. Without further delay, Mr. Bill, the floor is yours now.
Thank you. I have to say here right off the start, I'm blown away by the speakers that have come before me today. We have talked about here how can we empower youth? How can we enable youth to go and build the future that they're going to need? And I get the impression here from the speakers. I'm hoping here I will be able to have contact with every one of the speakers that's gone before me, and that we can come together, because jointly together, I believe we can really mobilize incredible numbers of youth. Very quickly here, I am a member of Rotary, in addition to my role in education and other ventures. And in Rotary here, our motto is a service above self. And I happen to be the president of a club called the Dare to Be Great E-Club. Our motto really gets into creating extraordinary opportunities for young people to do more with their lives than they or their parents or teachers ever dreamed possible. And what that really is about is figuring out, how do we get them to believe that they can change the world? Because once they believe they can change the world, then we can go out and help them with the skills and the guidance to actually enable them to go and do it. I'd like to relay a brief story here of an example, because almost everything I say in terms of sayings come from young people themselves. Perhaps before that, I would like to just show something here. If you can see this, SDGs Now, Dare to Be Great. And the rest of it here is member of Vision Africa 2030. And what that is about here is we are looking to mobilize a large number. This happens to be from our group of young people in Africa. And the idea is to mobilize a large number of young people in Africa to become members of the team that is making Vision Africa 2030 a reality. I have a quote for 50 million of these. That is the dimensions we have to be talking about if we want to see real change take place. It doesn't help us to go out there and help 5% or 2% of the population do something. Because what we're really needing in the world, when we talk education, we don't need to educate the 2%, we need to educate the 100%. And educating 100%, they are the ones learning. Educators have learned. It's not about what the teacher says in the front of the classroom that counts anymore. It's what the students do in the learning process. It's what they bring into their heads, not what the teachers spewed out of their mouths. So the key thing here is we are looking to how do we empower the current round of young people who are ready to be empowered to go and mobilize the rest of the youth around the world. Now, I was fortunate here to be able to take a few years off a while back, and I traveled around the US. I've lived in 3 continents, but I traveled around the US speaking to educators, the better part of 1,000 educators and an untold number of students trying to find out what was going on with education in the US. And in doing that here, I found amazing ideas, especially from the students. They had incredible ideas how they could have great impact in their lives, and the lives around them. And so we started to identify here some young people that were mentioned that were redefining the definition of impossible. For example, an 8-year-old girl who heard about child slaves, so she went out and raised some money, 8 years old, and bought the freedom of 500 child slaves. Another case here of a 10-year-old girl who saw the victims of Katrina on TV and said, we have to do something, got a bunch of 10-year-old friends together and said, we're gonna raise $1 million for the victims of Katrina. Everybody laughed at them and they said, no, we're really gonna do it. We're gonna do it by that date. Well, the date came and went and they didn't raise $1 million, they raised $10 million. And as a result here, they were on TV and they were being honored here for what they accomplished. And their comment was, what's all this fuss about? Any random kid could have done it. You just got to try. To prove her point, she went home, she raised $10 million again. Another girl in Great Britain here, 9 years old, who heard about children dying from hunger every few minutes. She went out and got on a blog and started raising some money. She eventually went and got 10,000 children off the streets in Africa, got them into school and fed them for an entire year, a 9-year-old girl. So we started going around to schools and challenging young people in schools to disregard what anybody says is impossible and dare to be great, dare to think about the biggest problems in the world and dare to think, yes, you can have ideas, you can come up and do something about those. In one primary school here, we spoke to a bunch of 9 and 10-year-olds and we left with the challenge, go do something great. And after we left, a couple of weeks later, a group of 5 or 6 of those students went to their principal, their headmaster, and said, we have an idea, we want to do something great. And they said, we want to do something that's going to help our classmates who are weak readers to become better readers. But we also want to do something about those children we've heard in the world that don't go to school at all because they have no food. And they just have to spend their entire day trying to get enough food to live for another day. So their idea was a readathon. And they went and got people to make pledges for every hour they read, they'd make a small donation. They got 70 classmates to participate. And in a few weeks, they raised enough money that they were able to take 250 of the world's poorest children in the streets of Malawi, Africa, off the streets, get them into school and feed them for a whole year. That got here a Time 100 Most Influential, a CNN Hero of the Year award winner, a former UN ambassador to all descend on this school and say, you guys are heroes, you're heroes. Then we started getting videos in from school children in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, Latin America, saying, we heard about what you kids did. You've inspired us. We want to do something now. And a couple of weeks later, I was telling this story to some high school students, and they were going, wow, 70 students were able to so dramatically change the lives of 250 students. That's three children changed lives for every one of the participating students. And they said, imagine, and I'm thinking here, they're saying, we could do that too, but they didn't say that. They said, imagine if we could mobilize 70 million children to participate in doing something like that. That's only 5% of the world's student body. So they went out and reached out to students or young people with a video, no marketing on anything, but somehow a lot of people saw it, and they got young people from 40 countries saying, this is great, we want to be part of this. That resulted in them coming to a discussion of, hey, we're a movement now. What's our mission statement about? And they talked about, should it be ending hunger? Should it be ending illiteracy? Should it be ending poverty? There was somebody for every SDG championing every SDG. And then somebody said, you remember the story about give a person a fish, you feed them for a day, but if you teach them the fish, you feed them for a lifetime. And once they thought about that, they said, you're right. More powerful than solving any one problem in the world would be if we could go and grow an entire generation of young master global problem solvers who have the skills and the passion and determination, and above all, the confidence to effectively take on all the world's problems, including the ones we don't even know about yet today. And they set that as their mission. And we've adopted that mission for us ourselves right now. And we're seeing now a growth of a movement out there that is identifying initiatives. All of these initiatives have the same types of goals to mobilize in the millions. Because we can go out there and we can go to a school here and a school there, or a community put water in here, and we can be doing that. There's literally millions of projects like that around the world. But unfortunately, the global aggregate needle is not being moved. The head of the OECD PISA project, the International Assessment of Education, said last year that they've not seen any progress in education worldwide within the last 10 years. And when we look at the millions, the hundreds of millions of kids not getting an adequate education, we have to figure out how do we get them all to have an adequate education. Because if we can't solve the education problem everywhere, we cannot solve the economic inequality problem. And if you can't solve the economic inequality problem, a country with only 1/10 of the per capita income cannot sustainably solve the problems of hunger and poverty, or provision of healthcare, of education, of infrastructure. That requires that there's a skilled labor force that is able to compete effectively on the international stage. And that requires that everyone have the education skills. So we are looking to say, how do we do that? One thing we know for sure, if we do not aim for those goals, we have no chance of achieving them. We can't guarantee we're going to achieve them just because we're shooting at them or we're aiming for them. But if we don't aim for them, we have no chance. So this body of young people that we are putting together, and you'll hear about a little later on in the panel discussion, they have set out that you have to set your goals based on what's needed and not what you think you can do. Because only when you do that and stretch to try to reach those goals you don't know how to do you grow. Think of what former former Nobel Peace Prize winner and former president of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, as she said here, you always have to make sure that your goals exceed your current ability to achieve them. So I will stop there with here. I am really hoping we will have an opportunity here to collaborate. This, Dr. Ada, this is an incredible event you've pulled together here. And if we can come together and share the ideas and say, how do we mobilize? How do we recruit the marketing heads of Nike and Microsoft and these global organizations, and go out there and mobilize the youth en masse to make massive changes in the world, then Vision 2030. Vision 63 is good, but Vision 2030 is better. So I thank you for your attention, and good luck on the rest of this conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dole, for giving us a really great, good direction. And of course, as you mentioned, of course, so I can say like this world is not about to competing each other. It's about to having a synergize, and of course to holding heads together and work together for the betterment and for the empowerment. Thank you so much, Mr. Bill. Thank you so much for giving us your time. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to our another esteemed speaker. We would like to invite Dr. Osita Emmanuel. He is the founder and the president of Sub-Saharan Open University, Africa. He will be focusing on the promotion at local and the community level. Without further delay, Dr. Emmanuel, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Can you help with the presentation, or should I do it?
Yes, I am going to share your slides. It's already been ready, sir. Please.
Okay. Yes, my name is Osita in America. I am the president of the Sub-Saharan Open University, and I'm very honored to be here today, Your Excellencies and Your Majesties. I want to specifically thank the Executive Director of the Center, Dr. Ado Kika, for this amazing opportunity. Can I go to the next slide, please? Now, the world is changing, and the Kaufman Foundation put that change in the hands of the youth. They're looking at the 21st century. They will rely increasingly on the lean and agile entrepreneurship of small, growth-oriented businesses rather than the resources of scale and market size of large corporations to fuel our economic growth through the creation of jobs and innovative goods and services. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, this is the agenda for the presentation, all through to closing. Next slide, please, so that we can beat time. Next slide. Okay, next slide, the preamble. Let's look at Africa. Now, this is Africa. Youth are the future of African growth. Today, more than half the population of the continent is under the age of 18. And so we have come together to decide that youth entrepreneurship in Africa is the best option by far for employment creation and wealth generation for the youth. Next, please. Okay, let's go. Now, what is the rationale for YIELD, the Youth Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Leadership Development Program? We are saying that competencies required for entrepreneurship are acquired through training and development. Economic development requires bringing forth talent, latent talents, by nurturing strong entrepreneurial spirit in the youth. And that the need for achievement motivates young people to exploit prospects and take advantage of these prospects. And that motivation comes through planned training activities. Next slide, please. Now, EDP programs, the entrepreneurial development programs, help potential entrepreneurs set up own enterprises appropriate to their abilities and choice. Entrepreneurial development is organized and a continuous process. That's what we do, organize and continuous. The basic purpose of these programs is to influence the youth and motivate them to make entrepreneurship their career. Next slide, please. And then YIELD is not just a training program, but a process of one, enhancing youth motivation, knowledge and skills, reforming the entrepreneurial behavior of their day-to-day activities, and also encouraging them to develop and sustain their ventures. Next slide, please. Now, what is the right of way? Next slide. Now, this is the genesis of the program. It was developed by the Central Bank of Nigeria, my home country. We had 6 centers nationwide in the regions located in a host state. We operated a standardized curriculum with diverse opportunities and unprecedented turnout. And then this also provided amazing prospects to the trainees. Next slide, please. Now, our program is demand-driven entrepreneurship education, DDEE. We are into anything under the sun: retail trade, artisanal craft, creative commerce, extractive industry, agriculture, agribusiness, agro-industry, aggregation, manufacturing, processing, milling, marketing, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Our core objectives are 5. We are there to grow individual competence. We're empowering people, creating employment, generating wealth, and then making it possible for people to diversify their careers. Next slide. Our target, myriad, we go from all the way from secondary school graduates to next level of associate diplomates, the other national diploma and the national certificate of education. We take people who finished the bachelor's degree and have gone through the National Youth Service Corps. And also we admit the master's degree holders and up to the level of PhD. But our most interesting group is in engaged entrepreneurs. These are people who have been, become entrepreneurs, but do not have the wholesome competency to grow their trade to success. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide.
My apologize to you. There was some problem with my network. I apologize for that. I will reopen your
Okay, can I take it from here now, from my system?
No, that's okay. Please, let's forward.
Okay,
I've
great.
already done that. My apologize for
Brilliant.
that, for inconvenience.
No, brilliant. No, it's okay, Ambassador. It's okay. It's a glitch. Let's continue from this slide. The next slide from this, please. So our strategy is to rethink entrepreneurship education. We are building alliances, leveraging resources nationwide, locally, and we're borrowing from local and global best practices to make sure that we give our young people the best. Next slide. Our strategy is to build blocks for youth success. What we're doing is providing pragmatic entrepreneurship education. We involve impeccable mindset modifiers. We have a portfolio of mentors, and we have established performance management plan because we need to be able to look at what we're doing and make it best, as we progress. But we're building partnerships both internally and externally. Next slide. Our program has dynamism and drive. Every program is not the same because every trainee is not the same. So we take this into consideration by making sure that we meet the demands of these young people. And then we identify and deploy program angels. When people come to our program, we use them as a mouthpiece for the program because this is what we want to achieve: a wholesome youth development for every young, male or female in the country. And because of our target, we go from the basic to the high-end modules, and then we'll focus on agripreneurship backed by relevant technology. Next slide, please. And then our program, we build core team with tenure, where people who started with us as long as 4 or 5 years ago are still there because we're building from the experiences. We sponge from the retinue of successful local models, match them with the global best practice modes, and then we flaunt our menu of dynamic courses. We're very proud of what we do. Next slide, please. Now, our success indicators, they are numerous, but what we do is to establish metrics for measuring them. First, we start with the number of participants who come in every quadrimester, the number of graduates who graduate from the program, because not everybody that comes in graduates. Then we profile the input of government, and then participants also evaluate the program. We also look at the number of our advisors and mentors. And then because it's an entrepreneurship program, we also look at the number of startups established after training. Next slide, please. What are our intentions? Next slide. Now, we are here to motivate young people to become job creators and not job seekers. This is our first mantra. We influence young people to take up entrepreneurship as careers. We enable them to acquire entrepreneurial qualities, We help them to identify and exploit business opportunities. And then we help them to analyze the viability of ideas and then supervise their business plan writing, because this is the first instrument towards getting their program funded. Next slide, please. We also train youth to acquire technical and managerial skills. We help them to identify the pros and cons of entrepreneurship. We help them to understand startup procedures and link them with institutions on startup. We handhold them to financial institutions, this time the Central Bank of Nigeria. And then we bring development to the country through employment creation for the youth. Next slide, please. What's our approach? Next slide. Now, we provide lifelong learning. Our lifelong learning method is brilliant. We start from the basics, stage 1, and then we go to competency awareness. From there, we go on to the third stage of creative applications. From there, they launch their businesses as startups, and then from there, stage 5, to growth. What this does is that they can always come back to where they have issues with, reprogram themselves and continue. Lifelong learning model. They never stop learning. Next slide, please. Now we go through the talent pool for entrepreneurship. We start first of all from potential entrepreneurs. They are aspiring startups, young people, and then when they survive that, they go into the business owners pool, which includes lifestyle and restarts. But now they can become growth-oriented and become serial entrepreneurs and become growth companies when they now become full-fledged entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. We take them through the traits of entrepreneurs. We show them what it means to be an entrepreneur, from internal locus of control, high energy levels, self-confidence, tolerance for ambiguity, self-reliance and desire for independence, high need for achievement, flexibility, passion, and action orientation. These are the traits, known traits of successful entrepreneurs. We take them through all of this. Next slide, you see what happens though. We also address why entrepreneurs fail. So even after having addressed the traits, we also know that entrepreneurs fail for some reasons. And that includes, those reasons include lack of experience, insufficient commitment, bad or no failure, expertise, growing too fast, poor leadership, and poor financial control. So while we tell them what they could do to become good entrepreneurs, we also warn them in advance that if they come into this bracket, their businesses will fail. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so we follow the stages of
His Excellency, are you with us? Professor Emmanuel, are you with us? I guess he might have some issues. Unfortunately, he might have some technical issues, I guess. Yeah, and unfortunately, he is not in the room as well, unfortunately. Professor Emmanuel, are you with us? I guess he's not facing some issues, technical issues. Okay, so let's move further without further delay. Okay, so Okay, yes, maybe there is some problem with his network. We apologize for inconvenience, but let's move further now. We are now moving to the very interesting part of this session, which is actually more focusing itself about our youth today. And we are more focusing, and as mentioned before, that the interesting part over here is actually we having our a book ceremony, a book launching ceremony for this session, which is really, really important for the current generation, I must say, that could help them and of course lead them to give a great idea and to support regarding to the United Nations, of course. So without further delay, we are now moving to our book launch ceremony known as Get on Board, Dear Children of the World. So for that, I would like to request the presence of Miss Laura E. Flores, the Director of America's Division Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs and Peace Operations. She will going to put preview and give the message of the book on the world youth and children. Without further delay, may I request to Ms. Laura to please your turn to speak on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fawad. Good afternoon from New York, children, young ladies and gentlemen, future excellencies. I hear some of the audience for this in the background of some of your audios. I am delighted and honored to give a preview of this wonderful book and its important message from the creativity and pen of His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Denis Antoine, my dear former colleague from Grenada. We had the privilege of representing our countries during this historic process of approval of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, and the Universal 2030 Agenda. While representing his country at the United Nations, Dr. Denis Antoine was concurrent ambassador to the United States, to my country, Panama, to Mexico, and permanent representative to the Organization of American States, OAS, for Grenada. Prior to that, he served his country as ambassador to the People's Republic of China. During his time at the UN in New York, Ambassador Antoine served as vice president of the 69th session of the United Nations General Assembly, when the 70th anniversary of this world body was celebrated. The year was 2015, when the General Assembly adopted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, with their 169 targets, during a special summit at UN headquarters with the presence of heads of state and heads of government from the 193 member states of the United Nations. This experience and his passion for multilateralism led Dr. Antoine, Ambassador Antoine, to author the extraordinary children's book we are presenting today, Get on Board, Dear Children of the World. I think back to that time when the world adopted the 2030 Agenda in 2015. My son Max was 7 years old. If we had fast forwarded all primary school children to 2030, they would be the young professionals who would be in positions to judge whether we did our job well, and would also be responsible for making any adjustments and corrections. Children are in fact the guarantors of this process and will hold us accountable. I know my son will. Get on Board, Dear Children of the World is dedicated to the nearly 2 billion children whom we share this planet with and who are key players in the success of the 2030 Agenda. Using the power of visualization, Ambassador Antoine takes the children on a train journey around the globe, led by the Secretary General, into the year 2030 to experience the future we want, the future they are helping to shape through collaboration over competition, through enhanced solidarity. By 2030, poverty and hardship would have ceased. We would have attained peace. 2030 presents a sustainable world where people care for the environment. It is a world of no discrimination and equality. By making room for all the children of the world in the train, the book foretells the 2030 Agenda mantra of leaving no one behind. Beautifully written with a verse cadence, the message is one of empowerment of children, connecting to the individual responsibility we all have in the collective action. The simple, direct, and inclusive language speaks to children of all ages. Ambassador Antoine even managed to weave in the P3 permanent members of the UN Security Council into the story, as well as, of course, his beloved Caribbean region. The vivid drawings by Candace Paul underscore the universality of the message and the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals fulfillment. After such a wonderful geography tour, holding their respective flags, the children march off the train and re-enter the year 2020 inspired and hopeful about the future. Like the speeding train, we are in fact moving very fast towards that future in 2030. With only a decade left, we are now further challenged with the COVID-19 pandemic, which represents important setbacks to our development and peace gains, not to mention the millions of children that are out of school right now. So timely is Ambassador Antoine's message for children that he even managed to introduce the COVID-19, as well as the worldwide protest for racial justice, into the book's rhyme. As we celebrate the UN's 75th anniversary this year, I think back to when my grandfather was a member of the first delegation of Panama to the United Nations, and how growing up, I wanted so much to be a part of this great organization. Get on Board, Dear Children of the World, invites us all to realize that we have agency and we can step up to contribute from our respective spaces and powers to this important journey in order to ensure the sustainability of our planet. Thank you, Dr. Antoine, and congratulations on this extraordinary contribution to such a critical stakeholder in the achievement of Agenda 2030. And happy International Day of Youth to all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Laura, for this great description and giving the preview of this amazing book, I must say. Allow me to introduce Ms. Sandra as the Director of the Group, who will be launching this book. Ms. Sandra, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, everyone. Just wanted to check, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Sandra.
Absolutely, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and youth leaders of the world, it is a pleasure and honor to be here, celebrating the 2020 United Nations Day of Youth, and most especially the launch of Get On Board, Dear Children of the World, written by His Excellency, Ambassador Denis Antoine. Before I go forward, I'd like to give a brief intro into myself. I am an executive director at Dozy Group, an integrated downstream energy company and a leading player in the oil and gas industry of Nigeria. I lead the implementation of energy access projects with a focus on last mile distribution through modern energy solutions such as LPG. I must say that reading the Children of the World's book by Ambassador Denis Antoine brought back so many memories for me as a 23-year-old at the United Nations Secretariats working. And during my work experience at the United Nations, I was right at the peak of the 2030 agenda that was being introduced, particularly the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And I was privileged to be mentored by Ambassador Denis Antoine at the time, who was able to paint to me a picture of what the future could look like. And particularly what drove the fire into my heart to really take ownership of the SDGs was how he visualized myself playing a strong role in 2030 and all the potentials and all the gifts that I had within me as an architect of solutions. And at this point, I'd like to read a part of the book that relates directly to this experience. In this part of the book, the Secretary General is talking to the students and telling them about how the world was radically different in 2030. And I read, "No one was too short or too big or too tall. We finally understood that there was great value in all. Those who were hungry now are fed. Those without shelter finally have beds. And those who were once refugees found safety and a place to call home. There were strong and vibrant communities and no one felt alone. Prolonged sickness was a thing of the past. Doctors discovered new vaccines and cures at last." And one boy asked the Secretary General, This is all wonderful, but how did this all happen? What did we do? And the general looked back at him and said, my child, it all starts with you. And with a snap of the fingers, the children found themselves back where they started, year 2020, before the train departed. They stepped off the train and were surprised to see protests of racial justice and a frantic search for the cure of COVID. I quote, what the world becomes is up to you. This is your future, and you decide what to do. I think as many of us here are probably aware of Joseph Campbell's writing when he speaks about the hero's journey. And for me, with this book, it really ushers children in to begin to visualize or step into what their hero's journey could look like. And it's very important to highlight the hero's journey, because sometimes when you are faced with, dealing with the realities on ground, 2030 is different from 2020. And sometimes being able to have mentors around who can stir you on into really partaking in this journey of youth enterprise, youth leadership is really important. And as the speakers here have said, it's being able to serve as what capacity you find yourself in, with self-value, self-dignity, and being able to translate your vision of the world to reality. And that's what really makes a difference. We must all be able to dream beyond the confines of the problems surrounding us and breaking through glass ceilings. And at this point in time, I'd like to leave you with a quote that Ambassador Antoine always tells me. He says, no one owns the sky, reach for it. And this is particularly important right now for the young people and even people who are mentors to young people. Reach for the sky. No one owns this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Laura, and thank you so much, Miss Sandra, for really having us on board. And of course, a big thanks to Ambassador Antoine for this amazing book, I must say. And that's what I just need to urge to everyone. Please let this have in your hand if you really want to take the train towards to the United Nations. And the details of the books are at the front of you. If you would like to order, I've already shared you plenty of links. You can get this book actually from everywhere: Amazon UK, Target, Barnes & Noble, Book Depository. I've just put down all the links into that, into the chat box. Of course, you can also email if you want to order a book, and I would say like more than 18 books, then please email to this given email ID. You can also email us on our email ID. We'll be definitely helping you out in order to get this amazing book, I must say. Once again, thank you so much, Miss Sandra, and to Miss Laura for having us and launching this book. And of course, a big thank to Ambassador Antoine for this amazing book. Thank you very much for that.
Just a quick word before we leave.
Please, Miss Sandra.
On behalf of my company, I will be donating 10,000 books to primary schools across Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We kindly request you, Ms. Sandra, if you could drop your email ID into the chat box so people can somehow send you the request. And of course, we will be requesting your details and throughout to all our participants and spreading this message or donating this amazing book into the Nigeria. Of course, we'll be helping you to do that, of course, as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. However, because of the issue from the technical side, we unfortunately missed the half of the presentation from Professor Emmanuel. So we kindly request to Professor Emmanuel to please, let's start where we left, unfortunately. Professor Emmanuel, can you hear us now? Please, sir, we'll back. I guess we're going to start back where we left, unfortunately, due to the technical issues.
Thank you.
Yes, Professor Emmanuel. Over to you now, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So what we do is the class through the process of business plan development. We start by, defining the mission, and then we go to the personal resources, the products and services. We also go to the markets, who buys what is produced, and then we take them through sales and marketing, organizing, research and development, budgeting and financing. Next slide, please, so that we can run through this individually very quickly. First, we look at the mission. I mean, this defines the businesses for them, the objectives, the approach. It describes the desired future position, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Let's go to the personal resources. Next slide. Now, personal resources means, what do you have as a young man going into business? What can you bring to the table? It includes family network, the family economics. We also look at education in the field, the know-how, and then SWOT analysis. What are your strengths, your weaknesses? How do you identify opportunities? How do you deal with threats? Next slide. We go to products and services. So what would be the product line? What will you produce in the first, second, and third year? What about competition? What do you purchase? What are your purchasing and product lifespan? We also take them all through to who their contractors will be, kind of production distribution that they will take, and then who their partners in the same business will be. Next slide, please. Next slide. So market, who will buy? What you're producing, who is your typical private customer? Who will be your business customer? What are your geographical limits? I mean, when you start production, you need to know where to sell. And we'll take it all the way to what the market possibilities are and the threats to these possibilities. Next slide. Next slide, please. Now, sales and marketing. How do you market? What are your marketing communication platforms? Direct mail, internet, customers visit, telephone sales, advertising, publication, signposting, and so on and so forth. These are young prospects, going into business, so they need to know all these rudiments to be able to succeed. Next slide, please. So we take them to organization. What is it for them from the point of start? They got to have a business name, address, and telephone numbers, dedicated telephone numbers. They must be registered so that they can be legal. Who will be the owners? They must have a bank account number, and all the 9 yards of the business establishment. This also includes the business partners and consultants who help them grow, because as new entrants to business, they need a fallback position. Next slide, please. Now, business development. We ask them to, organize their businesses in 3 years, because the first tranche of loan that will come from central bank will be for the first 3 years. So it is what the business appearance will be in 3 years. What are they looking at, as product and services in 3 years? What about their customers? How will they look like in 3 years, first, second, and third year? And then what will be their financial forecast, other goals, of the businesses in the next 3 years? Next slide. Budgeting. Now, for budgets, we have to teach them how to establish budgets, from operating budget to cash flow dispensation, and what that means when you go for finance sourcing. Let's go to financing. Next slide, please. So now this is quite easy, because they already have a source of finance, but they also need to establish what their capital is. So with the business plan as a document, when anybody sees it, they know what the establishing capital is, what the necessary liquidity is, which also gives them a total of the total funding that they require. Next slide. Now, what is the mantra? Next slide. Yield is desirous to provide entrepreneurship education to our young people. We want to change their lives and put their lives in their hands. Now, we are not just concerned with capacity development only. We're interested in the youth enterprise success. So anything they do, we are behind them until they stand on their feet. We're concerned from the first day of class, and thus it extends to ensuring that they make money. We need to make sure that they grow wealth. Next slide, please. Now, so what do we do? How do we establish all of this? First, we have quadmaster programs. We train them for 3 months, 4 times in a year. So first class starts in January to March. Second class is April to June. The class after that is July to September. And the last class of the year is October to December. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now we have in the regular classes in 3 sections. First is the class, which is case studies, simulations and normal teaching. We also, send them out on internship in the next 4 weeks. First 4 weeks is class, second 4 weeks is internship, and then the last 4 weeks is business plan writing. We use that to make sure that they understand what they're looking for. And then when they finish their business plan, it's supervised by my faculty. We also take them, handhold them to the business loan process. Next slide, please. Now, access to finance, we handhold them, to the lending partners, which is established by the Central Bank of Nigeria. But the requirements include that they must have a certificate from the program, they must have a certified business plan from us, and they must be registered in the Corporate Affairs Commission of the country to make sure that their business is legal. Next slide, please. Now, so this is what we do. We have the demand-driven 4-legged entrepreneurship program. First, it starts from the steward capital. When they come into class, they know nothing, so they're just there to learn, brute force. Next, we evolve their skills into a skills capital, and then it moves from there to knowledge capital. From there, they become reputational. At the point of spending a reputational capital, they are already established businessmen and women. Next slide, please. So in closing, this is what encourages us that not a single country with a high level of entrepreneurship has low economic growth. This is established a long time ago, since the 2000s. What this does for them is that they understand that they have a role to play in the growth of the country. And then the example we give to them is that in a country like the US, the high growth entrepreneurs exist in every region. And that's why the country grows. And then the small businesses create more than 75% of new jobs in America and elsewhere in the world. Next slide. It's thank you. Thank you so much for your time, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies. And thank you, Dr. Ada, for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Emmanuel, for sharing this amazing, of course, knowledge about this great university. I'm pretty much sure that plenty of us, in fact, I am actually these days seeking an opportunity to pursue my PhD. So definitely I'm going to drop you a query in this regard, and hopefully along with me, plenty of other people will definitely look forward and contact you in this regard. Once again, we are honored to have you with us and share amazing knowledge for different curriculum of this great university. Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So without further delay, let's move on to another part of this session. We are now moving into the input side, like input from the youth on global action. And for that, I would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Devin Bannister, who is actually the Director General of Youth, Musical Cultural Affairs, Information Consulting Cabinets. He will be focusing into the youth, local and global participation. Without further delay, Ambassador Dr. Devin, the floor is yours now.
Thank you very much. A pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you. Just want to confirm, can everyone hear me clearly?
Well, it's amazing, sir. We are really, really looking at that. Please carry on.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Let me say pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you. Acknowledgement to all of the ambassadors, the Prince, all of the special invited guests, all of you prolific speakers. Thank you very much for for coming together, that we can be able to acknowledge and recognize youths throughout the world today. You know, it's good to know that as youths, we have a time set aside whereby we can say, okay, this is Youth Day. They have Father's Day, they have Mother's Day. Well, here it is, we have Youth Day. So it's very good to say that we are also being recognized as well. The youths, the genetic maker for the continuation of any human species, the gatekeepers of ancestral legacy, the hope of the planet, the single most concentrated focus of any soberly constructive and progressive thinking mind. That's who I would summarize to say a youth is. While it has been oft classically and proverbially literally advanced throughout the ages that youth is our future by dint of existency, more realistic than it is figurative, that the emphasis given to futuristic thoughts has become narrowly drafted in the conditions of content as the repetitive cards of failure and wanton emptitude. Through the dark lens of myopia, have waxed more gravely a celebratory art form for many who have employed vehemently a reactive and rather antiquated formula with a gamesmanship approach with an intention to steer the wheel of development and advancement for a body of youth, those of the grain who have been divinely endowed with the giftedness and innate prediction towards revolutionary progress. Rather, for the evolution, exposure, harnessing, nurturing, marketing, deploying, and celebrating of resident genius. Most have been transported to the swamplands of an afterthought by those who have been the nominated, elected, and mandated ambassadors of universal prosperity. I would better say the catalyst in the universe matrix of transformative development. While it is that philosophy has over time stimulated the core interest of a great many of youths, global realities of atrocities has secured for them a less rewarding stream of assurance for their forward and upward mobility and for stability and prosperity. The plagues that can be categorically juxtaposed to a pandemic of sorts, those of abject poverty, desolation, hopelessness, moral injustice, deprivation, inter alia, the results of the naked manifestation of policy misalignment and misapplication of reason, justice, and equity to the non-conformity civil codes of excellence, the non-censorship of mass communicable content, have all vice gripped and incapacitated the will of the youths across continental boundaries. The formulation of an agenda with mainstream programs geared towards spontaneous activism is what is needed in the vertebrate of central visionary intelligence to curb and stymie the perpetual underlying and overlapping decadence and the disillusion of our most promising capital, which is the youth. In 1979 to 1980, the Chinese government, under the leadership of visionary extraordinary Deng Xiaoping, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, had embarked upon the implementation of a one-child policy, one that was initially visited by a fuselage of rejection and vitriol by both their domestic and extra-national counterparts. But 40 years after being lionized and polarized for the wizardry of vision pool, which saw a multi-cand of its youth of post-implementation era, enjoying manifold benefits, compared to their international counterparts, GASCOMs, who incessantly broadcast about investing in youth. The voice of effort, though silently disposed of, speaks louder than the voices which endangeringly and scholarly articulate impenetrably about a developmental agenda, but wanting for creative, applicable efforts. Though many are championing courageously in the fight against child labor and the sexual exploitation of youth, both vulnerable and sheltered, there remains inertia and an incomprehensive drive, which is eclipsed by minute of focus with docile activism, in an attempt to determine and address the factors which contribute to the social scourge, nesting symbolically to proliferate the blueprint of its nature. Though there has been the registration of an increased number of privately owned centers of learning, globally, there remains collectively an increasing number of youths who can ill afford the cost to pursue and access a proposed, directed, and genius extractive and nurturing education. While the earth enjoys the rise of many, a sports academy, a myriad of youth remains debarred from accessing those facilities. Though a global audience may enjoy glamorized theoretical products which target to showcase primarily the relentless drive handcuffed to chancery, to alone augment profits through the marketing of phenomenons, paragons and savants of the artistic orient, which after proves that there has scarcely been an emphasis upon the direct scouting for prodigious greatness within the townships of the improvised pools. While there has been a privatized economic insurgence to deploy financial resources towards philanthropy, there still remains an incalculable numbers youth who have not been the direct and immediate beneficiaries of those humanitarian driven courages. Though there has been the ambitiously well-intentioned private opening of medical agencies, there exists a startling upsurge of maladies which is statistically uncompromised with facts that many and underprivileged youth cannot and have not accessed to be in reasonable receipt of those very medical services. While it has media evidence that illegal lodging has been contributing to the knee crippling of economies, though there has been the demonstration of compliance by licensed facilitators with the embrace of ratified environmental laws, allowing for the legal dismantling of nature's lungs, which is the forest, there remain many youths who have never seen a desk and a table at which they can sit, transfer thoughts to reality in art. Though many bays and canals are evacuated for the unhindered passage of commercial vessels of the sea, there remains inaccessible many youths to a continual flow of portable water by way of wells and cisterns. It is a known fact that of the many democratically driven nation states, during the national elections contest and on campaigning platforms, youth are used in their political marketing exercise, but how many are elected to serve at the parliamentary and executive and administrative levels? How many? It is of the reactive nature of those with a psychological coding imbued with positivity and ultra dependency, particularly of those, the offended, courtier, and marginalized, the disadvantaged, the relegated, the disenfranchised, the polarized. To thunder voice their lamentations and criticisms against those of a vested commandering ilk, to whom they, the underprivileged, as ascribed godlike, more appropriately put, a dependency syndrome with cemented expectations that they, the powers that be, who must make for them a continual supply of manna. This, in essence, has encouraged laxity while discouraging proactivity of the will to create, proliferate, and extrapolate wealth. It is from this vantage point that the United Nations, as the one global force with the impetus of curtail disaster and to initiate and augment human development through its mandate, purely epitomized by its dynamic instrumentality, to create a template for sustainable excellence, one marked and made indicative of a standard progressively gaining momentum of the substance of relevance. This, however, meaningfully, with untainted, undiluted, and undiminished focus set upon the sustainable development goals, it is contextually sufficient for the UN functionaries and their active cronies to superimpose with straight line intent a strategic and decisive formula, one which shall act as the panacea of an ailing youth. Required a vintage, die-hard, sustainable commitment to encourage open-flowing, meaningfully uninhibited cross-fertilization of talks with youth, irrespective of their conditions and presentations. The purposeful enduring of networking between and amongst youth within their sphere and further afield, which shall allow for an appreciation of each youth's individuality and uniqueness of generationally or ancestrally disseminated values and virtues, customs, norms, and folkways. This, I envision, shall lead towards the normalization of common and mutual respect, towards the alienation of age-old, ethnically or racially ingrained rancor, those dastardly viced by the moose of ignorance, understanding, and intolerance. This is a classically clinical approach channeled towards the tributary of improved human relations and undelusional of brother and sisterhood that shall further encourage the suffering of prosperity amongst nation states as youth who are known to be savvier with the instruments of technology, notably social media. With the purest focus in mind, will engage each other from the premise and position of global ambassadors of peace and goodwill. This I reference to Darla Davis, a Black musician who used the conference as a universal ingredient to currently engage Grand Knights of the Ku Klux Klan to have garnered fundamentally and understanding of their belief system and about their functional operational conduct as against a combative oppositionist approach which could have fueled an even exasperated enmity between the feuding racial sects, whites versus blacks. Davis' gentle, shrewd approach to meaningful engagements with the Ku Klux Klan's heads chiseled into effect a relationship that mirrored the intercourse between the sun and the seas, one of interdependence with regards to difference of purpose. As I advance the words of Sir Francis, who massaged so eloquently a reality into the hearts of the understanding that reading maketh a full man. Conference, a ready man, and writing, an exact man. Reading makes a full man, meditation, a profound man, discourse, a clear man, crystallizes quietness, the necessity for mutual, respectable engagement of minds, the empowering and enabling of social groups, and their involvement as stakeholders with direct influence on the global populace is paramount in the enterprise of youth development and more intricately the commerce of relationships. Those schools, formal entities of learning, play a pivotal role in the charge towards structural education. It is even more critical that educational reform and the standardization of curricular become focal on the agenda of the UN. Sports as a social engine has a significant part to play in the uniting of peoples on any front. The culture and the art, science fairs, business, and all of these and all other avenues can be used to help to garnish a way in which youths can be able to be much more recognized and utilized to express their true potential. Let me say thank you very much to Dr. Ada for putting together this wonderful day to take the time to recognize the youths and give the youths the opportunity to let their voices be heard. And thank you very much to all of you speakers and colleagues for being here so that we can all come together to acknowledge and to push the youths of today that they of themselves can reach the correct heights. They can be able to go above and beyond and become somebody. Become that in which they were placed on earth to become. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Dr. Devon. It was really amazing speech, and of course, all those areas that I personally researched, especially that you have quoted that earlier one-child policy. It was really quite interesting case studies, and I personally researched on that area very much. Thank you so much for giving us a great honor, Dr. Devon. It was really an honor to have you on board. And ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward to another speaker for this evening now. And allow me to introduce to the areas of more enlightening into the African, Asia, and European side. Allow me to introduce Mr. MUN Simicomo. Apologize if it's a wrong pronunciation. He's a law student and president, also a scholar body from Georgia University, Utah. Without further delay, the floor is yours now. Are you with us, Mr. MUN? I think, can you hear us? Are you with us, sir? Yes, we are, because we found him earlier. Maybe he might be facing some technical issues. Yes, sir, it's over to you now, Mr. Oh. Can you hear us, sir? facing some issues. Just a second. I'm just fixing his problem. I think he is facing some technical issues. Can you hear us, sir, now? He might facing some technical issues because he was here earlier with us, and unfortunately I'm unable to find him. Yes, I can see you now.
Can you get the next speaker? I don't
Okay.
know.
Yes, I think there's some technical issues. Yes, I can see him as well, and unfortunately we are unable to hear him. I think he is having some technical issue. Okay, let's move forward. Apologize for an inconvenience, everyone. Let's move forward. So now I would like to introduce Miss Ashley Hopkinson, the Youth Ambassador from Miss CARICOM Foundation International. Miss Ashley, the floor is yours now.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, my name is Ashley Hopkinson. I am the Youth Ambassador for CARICOM. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of those who are here to join us on this lovely day. And I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to be a voice for my youth. In a simple manner, life has a tendency of producing uncertain situations, hence COVID-19. The impact this virus has had and continues to have may impair individuals physically, emotionally, mentally, financially, and socially in their social health. Right now, we need all the strength we can muster, and during this time, it may be very difficult to find strength. For the past couple of months, America has been faced with an outbreak that no one realized would change our lives completely. Loved ones were lost, and many faced financial challenges, and many had to face being distant from their family members. For many of you who know, the coronavirus is a family of viruses that can cause illnesses such as the common cold, severe acute respiratory syndrome, and Middle East respiratory syndrome, which results in many people losing their life. For the past couple of months, the world had to adjust their lives in order to protect not only themselves, but also their loved ones as well. Schools had to be shut down, as well as restaurants and other extracurricular activities. Citizens were put on curfew, as well as clothing stores, malls, etc. Many were not ready for the changes being made. By nature, I believe I'm a mentally strong young woman. However, this pandemic has made me question my own mental abilities. Anxiety, which is characterized by a normal response to stressors. However, when it's exaggerated, it can impair our functionings. I believe that my functioning has been impaired because things that were once normal to me, like sneezing, coughing, and sniffling, are in question. Am I sick? Do I have the virus? These are anxiety-producing questions, and I wonder, am I strong enough to deal with this? My mother is currently working at a nursing home as the administration's director. And because she is considered an essential staff, she has to be at work every single day. The thought of my mother going in and out of a building where individuals with compromised immune system reside is unsettling and anxiety-provoking. For example, my mother came home not feeling well on last Tuesday, and after speaking with her via FaceTime, I had an emotional breakdown. I couldn't stop the tears from flowing because the possibility of not having her around was the only thought running through my mind. Even as I'm saying this, it's thought-provoking. Also, working as a preschool teacher, I'm faced with the challenge every day to have my students understand that they're not allowed to play with the same toys as their other friends. I'm faced with the challenge of encouraging my students to have their mask on all day while they're in school, speaking with their friends. Another challenge that my students have to get used to is when they're feeling down and they're feeling sad. Normally my job is to comfort the child and hug them and show them the love that a teacher gives. But instead, I have to sit down and explain to them that I'm not allowed to give them hugs anymore. Now, for me, I'm a social butterfly. There's no doubt about that. And during this pandemic, my mother has thought it would be best for my sister and I to go to my aunt's house, who resides in South Jersey, where the number of cases are not as high. That meant I had to leave my mom, my stepdad, my dog, and my grandparents who I live with. I also have friends in the area that I can't hang out with anymore. The idea of gathering with my friends and family virtually has become an uncomfortable norm. Meeting with my peers at school has also been impacted, and the idea of not saying goodbye has been depressing because our last day was March 13th, 2020. Every young adult, preteen, etc., dreams about walking across their high school stage or football field.
Now they don't skip my time, so I have to wait for them to give me another time again. Yes.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
My apologies. Please carry on. I'm sorry, there was. Please carry on.
Okay. Every young adult, preteen, etc., dreams about walking across their high school stage or football field with their cap and gown, awaiting to get their diploma. One of the happiest moments of their life. Now, the class of 2002 had their graduation. Class of 2003 had theirs, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, the class of 2020 went through more than half of their school year. And when they finally got to their final lap, a huge obstacle came along. Classes were switched to online classes. Human interaction in public was not allowed, and you had to begin to social distance. And also you had to become accustomed wearing masks and gloves at all times, even locking us down for many weeks just to keep everyone safe. And with many being on lockdown, graduation was not allowed due to the amount of people in the limited space. Due to those and many more rules and safety precautions, many high school and colleges had to cancel their graduation and proms, or everything was pushed forward due to the illness going around. But in this day and age, of course, the youth created a way to still have graduation, still have their prom. They decided if everything can't be in person, why not make it virtual? So that many people can still have that conversation and socialization that they need. Hopefully in the future, everything will eventually show the light at the end of the tunnel. If we continue to wear our masks and gloves, a lot of the virus will not be contracted. Throughout this experience, I'm gaining some strength. Now, my aunt, who is a therapist, has been teaching me what it is to be mentally strong, how to cope with anxiety, and what it means to spend quality time with each other. The quote, "We are all in this together," reminds me that I have to do my part, not only in social distancing, but I have to do my part in helping others realize if we keep a positive attitude, it will help this journey of quarantine, isolation, and social distancing easier. I'm reminded of the hashtag stay safe, and I'm doing my part mentally, socially, physically, and financially. Once again, I want to thank you guys for allowing me to be the voice of the youth.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for sharing great views, of course, and as a youth advocate and as a part, of course, and bringing the voice and all those major issues that itself youth is facing. Thank you so much for giving us on that. Next, ladies and gentlemen, now we are recording again to Mr. Minimum Simikumu. Apologize for the pronunciation if it's wrong. Without further delay, sir, the floor is yours now. Please, you can proceed and allow me to share your presentation as well.
All right. Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Very well, sir. Please.
Good evening. Thank you. May I use this opportunity to thank the Center for SDGs Global Education USA, CICA International University, and other noted partners on the invitation to speak on this auspicious United Nations International Youth Day today, 12 August 2020, via the visual Zoom webinar. May I also say that I represent the Great Gregory University, Utru, Abia State, Nigeria as an institution. Nigeria and indeed Africa is happy to be associated with the milestone by the UN at 75 in all its mandates and facets. Permit me to say that the UN 75 foresees the future and understand the fact that young people are central and remain the epicenter of our existence as a people. You know, we've realized that the United Nations has done considerable investment in the lives of young people in our world over the years. Youth, as defined broadly by the African Union, consists of persons aged from 15 to 35, while the UN define youth as persons consisting from the age of 15 to 24. Africa as a continent has the 10 countries in the world with the biggest youth population. Youth in Africa constitutes over 75% of Africa's 1.2 billion inhabitants. The imports of this suggests that the development outcome of Africa's young people have a significant effect on the continent's parts. If they are productively engaged, it's going to affect the continent positively, and if they are not, they are going to constitute a form of social instability. Our world recognizes the centrality of youth in achieving the aspirations of Africa Union's Agenda 2063 and the UN Agenda 2030. The agenda envisioned a continent with people-driven development relying on the youth. The African youth demonstrate great resilience in all ramifications. They are more optimistic about business opportunities and are less afraid of their businesses failing than anyone else in the world. Emerging democracies, in emerging democracies, youths are politically being active and have helped to strengthen democratic institutions. In several countries in Africa, like Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Senegal, etc. The high rate of unemployment has affected political participation and youth inclusiveness. Participation in electoral process in Africa is costly, even as a voter or as a candidate. To actually participate politically and affect the scheme of things is quite expensive, and that has in a way discouraged many young people from participating in the process of decision making. More worrisome is the unemployment index, among other interlinking factors that have engineered insecurity, conflict, violent extremism across the continent. In sub-Saharan Africa, where according to World Bank data, the average youth unemployment rate over the past decade is at 17.2%, which is greater than the global average of 13.1% in 2016. Sustaining the UN 2030 development agenda is already threatened. The challenges Africa faces in education, employment, health, and governance are acutely felt by the youth, the young people. Like the speaker before me asked, youths are used for political marketing, but they are never carried along in the process of decision making. But in all of these, to save our time, what is the way forward? By 2030, it is predicted that the number of youths in Africa will have been increased by 42%. This, some believe, with good governance could significantly benefit and develop others who have had this would believe could benefit, while others argue that a large poorly managed population may lead to greater instability and civil conflict. In view of the above, the following have been suggested towards meeting the UN 2030 and AU 2063 agenda. Number one, direct opportunities in the area of education, employment, entrepreneurship, and engagement should be created for the African youth. Secondly, African youths are diverse in realities, that they are gifted with natural skill. These must be explored to get them engaged to regional actions aimed at meeting the agenda of the United Nations and the African Union. Then again, young people, by virtue of their energy, have the ability of creating new solutions to old problems. This places a call on the United Nations to, through bilateral or multilateral approach, encourage governments of African states to leverage this natural affinity through youth capacity building. Then again, entrepreneurship, should also be encouraged. Like in my institution, before you leave there as a graduate, there are opportunities created for you to acquire at least two entrepreneurial skills, which will help in your personal development and also reliance on the nation building. So, and then again, where the free education must be pursued with vigor by member states. The United Nations should, pursue this recommendation with unrelenting attitudes. In conclusion, I say that African youths are ready and are willing to be engaged from grassroots in the quest to meet the 2030 and 2063 agenda of the United Nations and AU respectively. On this United Nations Day of Youth, we call on African leaders to give the youth the opportunity to be engaged from grassroots to regional action. Let our capabilities as young Africans allow us to be part of the future that we want for ourselves. According to, I think I close by quoting Ban Ki-moon, the former US Secretary General, that failure to invest on the youth is a false economy. So on that note, I encourage African leaders to inculcate the young people in the process of decision making and let them be active participants. Let them not just be marketing, let them not just be marketed politically, but let them also be, elected into positions of active decision making. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and also thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was really an honor and of course really nice to hearing some different diversified aspect from your side. Thank you so much for giving us a great honor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving into the last areas, or I can say the aspect of this particular session. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Bill Graham once again, who is actually the Vice Chair and NG Committee for Education, Learning and Literacy at the United Nations. He will be more focusing into the roadmap for engagement of youth in the next 10 years of 2030 agenda, the youth perspective. Mr. Bill will now moderate from now onwards. So over to you, Mr. Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen here.
Yes, you are allowed to do that, Bill. Can you do that easily?
Okay. Oh.
Yes, we can see that you are sharing it now.
Okay. And the reason we are doing this, we pre-recorded this here, is our panelists come from Kampala, Accra, and Beirut, Lebanon, in addition to Portugal. And as we are aware, in Beirut here, there are issues with electricity, in Kampala with connectivity. So to avoid that problem, we have pre-recorded this panel session. So with nothing further, I'm going to go ahead and start the discussion here that we did live this morning. Good morning. I'm Bill Graham. I'm the Vice Chair of the NGO Committee for Education, Learning, and Literacy at the UN and the President of the Rotary Dare to be Great Global E-Club. I'm also a representative to the UN for the Italian Diplomatic Academy and the Young Global Leadership Foundation. It's my honor to moderate this session this afternoon on mobilizing and empowering youth to effectively take on the SDGs worldwide. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our panel. Mariam Nassif from Beirut, Lebanon, who has participated in leadership and organizational roles in several large-scale global conferences, including here at the UN, involving thousands of exceptional young people from around the world. Leah Magalhaes, a high school student from Portugal, who has participated in world conferences seeking solution ideas to major world problems. Henry Nisamba is an author, and he's the CEO of an NGO helping disadvantaged young adults get on track for a more successful life in Kampala, Uganda, and the winner of the 2019 Billion Acts Hero Award from Peace Jam, an association of Nobel Peace Prize winners. Emmanuel Amatepe, convener of the annual African Youth SDG Summit, bringing thousands of African youth leaders together to explore how to best achieve the SDGs in Africa. He was a finalist for a 2018 SDG Action Award and is a UNDP 16 by 16 Global Youth Leader. Thanks to all of you for participating today. What sets this panel apart from many others on this topic is that these young people actually believe youth can significantly bring about the achievement of many of the SDGs by 2030. Let's see how they think they can do this. At this point, most moderators would typically begin with a statement that sets the stage for the rest of the discussion. However, there's someone who has said this better than I ever could.
We are in trouble. My generation has failed, so we count on you. Your generation needs to correct that.
Well, there you have it. In fairness, these are just some select comments taken out of context, but they reflect the gist of what the Secretary General repeated several times during his talk. He basically said that his and my generation is not on track to solve problems that need to be solved, and it's therefore now up to your generation to solve them before it's too late. We're counting on you. Basically, our generation is not going to solve the problems that could be existential for your generation, so they're now your problems. Congratulations. Leah, you are the youngest on this panel. What's your reaction to the idea that my generation is basically saying to your generation, sorry about that, now you need to fix it?
Hello, everyone. Personally, putting it like that, it is something that brings a lot of pressure to the younger generations. And I guess the big question is, what does this mean? I guess the best way of putting it is taking President Kennedy's statement, we don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna do it anyways, and adapt it to, we don't know how we're gonna do it, but we have to do it anyways.
Thank you, Leah. Well, I guess that's a responsible answer to a seemingly unfair situation. In that same speech, the Secretary General said that scientists have warned us to not allow global warming to increase by more than 1.5 degrees by the end of this century. But he also said we're unfortunately on track to see an increase of 3.3 degrees, which he said would be catastrophic. Yet we see governments continually pushing back the date by which they would achieve climate change goals. SDG 10 calls for reduced inequalities, but is anyone even defining what level of inequality is acceptable? Emmanuel,
To what degree is the failure to do what is needed to achieve the SDGs due to lack of political will to commit to doing what is needed, or in some cases to even define interim goals that would have us on track to make the achievement of the goals even possible?
Thank you very much. This is very true. It appears governments and NGOs and others set goals based on what they think they can do and not what is needed. Most people have a big fear of failure, but we can't afford to risk our future on people's egos or political fears. It is as simple as this. You can't hit what we don't aim at. We need to set our goals not on what we think we can do, but rather on what is needed. It is only when we stretch to do something we don't know how to do that we grow. We have to set goals based on what is needed and then do all we can to find ways of achieving them. Only then we have a fighting chance of achieving what is really needed. Fooling ourselves by reducing the goals to what we think we can achieve, even when that is not what is needed, is not helping us. Like Angelo said, the problem for most people is not what they set goals too high and fail, but that they set goals too low and succeed. We will set goals based on what is needed, so we at least have a fighting chance of achieving them.
Most of the key SDGs cannot be sustainably achieved unless there's a significant closing of the economic gaps between developing and developed countries. It's inconceivable that a country with only 1/10 the per capita income of developed countries will have the resources to sustainably eliminate hunger and poverty and provide reasonable levels of healthcare, education, clean water, affordable clean energy, transportation, infrastructure, etc. I don't see anyone with plans that include milestone goals that would lead to a significant closing of the economic gap between developing and developed countries by 2030. Miriam, what are your thoughts on what could be done to significantly close the economic gaps between developing and developed countries by 2030?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you. You know, we've already said that most people, and especially politicians, they fear failure. And they fear setting goals that they don't believe they have achievable plans for. And there are very, very few leaders that go on a limb. And just like Leah mentioned earlier, US President John F. Kennedy, he inspired an entire nation just minutes after a simple statement, which is, we don't know yet how we're going to do it, but we're going to do it anyway. And it's about putting a man on the moon in 10 years. So he had a vision and he was gonna do it. And like we said, the number one thing is that we need a goal and we need to define that goal. But right now, that goal is to find ways to accomplish all of the other goals. And that means that we have to state the actual goals that are needed and then state the sub-goals to find ways in which we can achieve the needed results. It's very cyclic and it's all over the place, but that's what we need. I'm gonna go even further and ask you to remember the words of Nobel Peace Prize winner and the former president of Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The size of your dreams should always exceed your current capacity to achieve them. And like we said previously, it's only when we strive to reach beyond what we know how to do, that is when we grow. And that's, I think, what will inspire and mobilize our people and the youth in particular to focus on the real goal of the movement in the moment. And that is to come up with bigger, better, and greater ideas to solve the biggest problems of our time. And that's much, much better than just announcing solutions that don't achieve what's needed, but it reduces the drive to reach the better solutions.
Okay, we need countries, NGOs, and others to set meaningful goals that have a chance of achieving the needed end results. We get that. There are lots of projects underway to improve infrastructure, et cetera, in many developing countries. But at the same time, the bulk of the populations in many of those countries and significant parts of the populations of developed countries have been and are being significantly left behind. Not too long ago, the Brookings Institute issued a report where they estimated that with current approaches and efforts, it would take more than 100 years for education outcomes in developing countries and disadvantaged communities within countries to catch up with developed countries and privileged communities. Henry, can countries and communities where there are huge gaps in education outcomes hope to close the economic gaps to developed countries and communities within the next 10 years?
No, for most countries and communities, economic well-being is dependent on having a population able to offer competitive service to the rest of the world. The ability to offer competitive services is dependent on a population that is able to offer competitive levels of productivity. That in turn is dependent on the bulk of the population having competitive world-class skills and knowledge. Many developing countries point with pride at the level of education that the wealthiest segments of their population are receiving. And they point out that the rest of their population is making progress, even if they are still far from being world-class competitive. But what happens when 15 or so percentage of the population gets world-class education, but the remainder of the population is far behind in education outcomes? The result is that 80% not getting a competitive education cannot command an income high enough to afford to compete to pay for the services of the 20% with the great educations. The result is that many of those with better educations relocate to places that can afford to pay for their services. This is why the former African Union ambassador to the US said that there are more doctors from Ghana in New York City than all of Ghana. So the only viable solution is quickly raise the education outcomes for the entire population of developing countries to world-class levels. That is what is needed call, regardless of what we think we can do.
We've said that most people will not act unless they have a compelling goal that they want to see achieved, and also that they can clearly see a path they believe can get them there. You've clarified where you're trying to get to, but people have believed that's where we need to get to for decades. Manuel, is there any believable plan for how developing countries and disadvantaged communities can significantly close that education gap in just 10 years?
It starts with getting everyone to accept the fact that the real goal is to close the gap for all people within just a few years. Then we have to get people to believe it is possible. There are countries that not too long ago were poorer than some currently developing countries like Ghana and Nigeria that have literacy rates worse than many current developing countries that are not world leaders in education outcome. For example, South Korea, China, and Singapore. So we can say it can be done. And we see that top education outcomes have contributed to those countries becoming innovation leaders in many fields, which has helped fuel their economic success. For example, at the time of independence in 1960, Ghana had a higher per capita income than South Korea. South Korea invested heavily in education. In a little more than one generation, they quadrupled literacy rate from 22% to 87%. And today, they have one of the highest tertiary education rates in the world. In 2018, South Korea's per capita income was almost 9 times higher than that of Ghana. Please note that we are not picking on Ghana as an example of the West developing countries. In fact, Ghana is one of the most successful countries in Sub-Saharan Africa with regards to education. But this just emphasizes the scope of the challenge to face.
So we see that some of the recently most successful countries with regard to economic growth are the same countries that have been doing the best in educating the bulk of their populations. But you still haven't shown there's a believable path to closing the education gap in developing countries and disadvantaged communities in the next 10 years. Miriam, do you want to say something about how these gaps could be significantly closed in the next 10 years?
Yeah, definitely. Just going back to the question that I answered earlier regarding closing the gaps and how we should define the sub-goals for these gaps. And I think this is where I'm going to go with this answer. With regards to education, there are a number of factors that differentiate countries with lower education outcomes and countries with the best education outcomes. And some of these gaps are the education resources and facilities, the expectations with regard to level of education young people should and will receive, and the hours and fervor of the bulk of the population are putting into learning. And these three are very important. Now, with the exception of some higher level technical subjects, we believe that expectations and the hours and fervor put into learning are of greater importance than education resource and facilities. We should also note that the most successful countries with regards to education outcomes did not begin with superior educational resources and facilities, but with getting the young people to strive for a great and a better education. In recent decades, the education community has been uniting around the idea that what learners do in the learning process is of far greater importance than what teachers do, aside, of course, teachers motivating students to learn. We believe that the greatest need in closing the education gap is to get learners to become competitive world-class strivers, aiming for and expecting to achieve a world-class education and settling for nothing less. What would the typical developing country look like in a few years if every young person were a fervent learner, completely dedicated to getting a competitive world-class education? What would happen if they were completely dedicated to becoming a world-class engineer, scientist, entrepreneur, electrician, plumber, or nurse? Regardless of what profession they are aiming for, our strategy is to get every young person to become a competitive striver to get a world-class education that includes mastery of key 21st century skills, ideally with a global citizen mindset. And that's our what's needed goal with regards to education.
Wow, that's a very clear sub-goal. But how do you propose to achieve it? Leah, what are your thoughts on this?
First, we should always be striving to improve our strategies and plans for achieving the goals. The how is flexible, but the goals are not. Having said that, we've identified a number of initiatives aimed at motivating and mobilizing large shares of the world youth population. We have literacy initiatives with great incentives aimed at getting tens and perhaps hundreds of millions participating in reading campaigns. We have initiatives aimed at closing gaps related to mastery of key foundation skills such as maths by age 10 in underperforming communities and countries. We have initiatives aimed at getting tens of millions of young people participating in activities that will earn them the honor of being declared global citizen heroes for having dramatically changed the lives of millions of the world's poorest children. We have initiatives to influence the music industry to have songs about Vision 2030, the world that could be if all the SDGs were accomplished, the most listened to songs in the world. We have initiatives to get very large numbers of secondary and post-secondary students striving to master key 21st century skills so that they can earn great honors for contributions to significantly bettering the world. All of these initiatives have a few things in common. They are all aimed at mobilizing the masses. They're all aimed at getting young people to develop key 21st century skills and above all, confidence in their ability to make truly significant differences. They're all aimed at getting young people to strive to make the world a better place. And they're aimed at getting young people to set goals based on what is needed and not what they think that they can do or what is possible. And they're aimed at getting young people to see failure as just a stepping stone on the way to improvement and ultimate success.
Great strategy, but what makes you think you can do it, especially the part about mobilizing the world student body? Henry?
As far as mass influencing people, we agree this isn't what most NGOs and others do. While most NGOs are focused on the delivery of services or what they do, we are focused on influencing the masses to bring about desired changes in both attitudes and results by getting the masses to make the needed changes, because we recognize that many of the world's problems are actually related to people's behavior. We have a saying, some people use their hands to help a few, others mobilize others to help very many. There are many hundreds of thousands of local efforts taking place around the world to bring improvement, and many of them are successful. Why then do we see so little movement in the aggregate global needle with regard to many of the SDGs? The head of the OECD, this assessment reported last year that there had been no significant improvement in the global education outcomes in the past 10 years. The bottom line is that if everyone would just do their share, mindset have largely failed to bring about the accumulative global improvement we need. Grassroots don't work because they fail even when they succeed, because the goals are too low. Goals are generally local. No one has the global end results as their goal. We have to learn to think less like sergeants and more like generals. It is not about who wins the most battles. It is about who wins the war. When it comes to influencing the masses, we have to remember there are people who do this every day, like the marketing executives of Nike, McDonald's. Effective action will require coordinated economies of scale. Do locally what can best be done locally. Do centrally all that can best be done centrally.
I'd like to take a moment to build on that. Einstein supposedly said doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, is a definition of insanity. And what I'd like to say is wanting something to happen or someone to do something and not planning to cause it to happen is the definition of wishful thinking. So let's avoid wishful thinking. Remember, we don't have to know all the answers. We only have to be committed to doing it anyway. And we have to be committed to not let failure or any other obstacle deter us. As was repeated among multiple Nobel Peace Laureates, we never fail, we just learn and improve. Or as others have said, it's not how often you get knocked down that counts, it's how often you get back up. Never forget, the only thing that's truly impossible is that which is not attempted.
Thank you. Great, great words. Those are some inspiring comments. I believe you actually have a formula that could result in widespread engagement of the masses and bring about massive change in the world. Anything else you would like to say to the audience?
I would like to add that we need the best and most passionate brains working on developing and continually improving the best ideas for solving major world problems. Thank you.
You have to believe, and as we said, you can't achieve what you don't aim for.
And also, there is little value in aiming for and achieving goals that don't achieve what is really needed.
But most importantly, if you believe you can bring the needed change and would like to be a part of making it happen, please join us.
If you'd like to know more, please contact us at the address on your screen. Dare to be great. Thank you.
Okay, that is basically our presentation. I hope you found some inspiration in that. Those young people, as I mentioned, from around the country, around the world, pardon me, and we are looking here to literally mobilize very large numbers of young people in every country around the world, who in turn will help implement local solutions that will hopefully engage the tens and perhaps hundreds of millions. Because if we do not get the hundreds of millions engaged, we will help some people, but we will not change the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. That was really awesome discussion. I mean, that's quite inspiring, and it was a really amazing idea that you gather from different diversified youth and put into one topic area, and then you put into that. And that was really amazing. Really appreciate, Bill, that how you lead that discussion and put forward some really amazing solution, especially if we are pertaining to the international youth. That's awesome. Great. Right on top, Bill. Really appreciate that, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. Not long, by the way. I know it's got late. Everyone is start tidying up, but don't worry. We have plenty of things to do, and of course, there are plenty of things that sort of benefit, and of course, some sort of a secret that we somehow prepare for you guys. So, nevertheless, I'm not taking much time of you, and allow me to introduce our another speaker for this evening. It's Azuki Su. He is the president of legendary Milestone Education. Mr. Su, without further delay, the floor is yours now. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, actually, I'm in New York now. So basically, we are education company. We help the young generation from the different country to learn how to do the scientific research and how to help them to write the research paper. Yeah. You also today we live in a world with different culture, also ethnic groups, different skin colors, religions, and social systems. And the people of various countries have become members of an intimate community of shared destination. So in the face of natural calamities and man-made misfortunes, so young people should give full play to their dedication to mankind's destiny. So result the social, economic, and the status quo, and make the world more brilliant and beautiful. So today I will elaborate on the theme from several different aspects. Which one is young engagement, why young people should participate in global action, and how to make good use of young leadership to participate in global governance. So anybody has any question for me? Okay, first, the process of young participation actually is a process of young development. This process helps young people to gain correct guide through communication and interaction through the society. So in action, educations, communications, service, and should be done to raise the level of the young political participation. Young talents should use their own talents to participate in global governance, call on their peers and friends to pay more attention to social events, and actively contribute to the future international development strategy. Harmonious, stable, and peaceful international environment is a blessing of our next generation. And the young generation should actively maintain the circumstance for a long time. Secondly, why? Under the current background, the under the current background and governance framework, it's possible for youngs to participate in global governance through a community of participation issues, diversification of participants, and institutionalization of participation process. Paying attention to the dimension of governance is a basic orientation of young participation in global governance. So the effectiveness of young talents' participation in global governance is inseparably from the construction of effective process mechanism, which is closely related to the internationalization training strategy of youngs. So young's participation in global governance is characterized by the imitation of participation mechanism and the infinity of innovation idea. So young talents' participation in international governance can strengthen their sense of mission and responsibility, and understand the true meaning of the community of shared future of mankind. So that's why I believe that young talents have a great dream in their hearts. Our hearts are tied to the earth, this amazing land. We hope that the earth will become better, and we are happy with every little progress. Our voice is so small, but it's so grand because of the gathering of people. Also, finally, how as teenagers who actively participate in international governance, we should do our bit to maintain world peace. Maybe it's impossible for a person to decide the world's major events, but if the youngs all over the world participate in international governance, our world will become better and the world will be more colorful because of the difference between us. Facing growing global challenges, the international community should strengthen coordination and cooperation, establish a fair, equivalent, flexible, and effective system of global governance, properly address various global issues, and promote the common well-being of mankind. I hope we young generation can contribute more to global governance and peace in the future. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much, Suketu, for your great words, of course. And indeed, it was really a pleasure to have you with us for this evening. Thank you very much for giving us a great time. And definitely we'll look forward to having a good collaboration in future. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. Now it's time for calling up the action, I would say, or could be calling the action on the 2020 UN Day of Youth. So without further delay, I would like to introduce Ms. Farida Ali Adamu. She is the founder of Billion Doors Initiative UK. She's going to emphasizing and of course enlightening on the area of a call to action with respect to engagement of youth agenda. Without further delay, Ms. Farida, the floor is yours now.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Farida Ali Adamu, and I am the chairperson of a Billion Doors Initiative. I am also a board member at ActionAid. I'm a lecturer of ACCA and a government auditor. Most of all, I'm a very passionate youth advocate. On behalf of a Billion Doors Initiative, I would like to appreciate all distinguished speakers that came before me for their amazing contributions. Thank you. A call to action, engagement of youth for global action. Next slide. So I would like to begin by briefly introducing what my NGO does. We are a youth-based non-governmental organization with members from diverse professional backgrounds. We are advocates of good governance, social justice, and equality. Our mission is to provide humanity with access to appropriate equal opportunities in health, education, employment, or trade. Our vision is to become the first generation to end extreme poverty and the most determined generation in history to end tribalism and corruption, and the last generation to be threatened by poor education, insufficient health, unequal opportunities, and poor standard of living. I would like to acknowledge a call to action initiative by Center for SDG Global Education USA. It is indeed a laudable initiative. A call to action is a significant factor of the SDG 2030 agenda. Engaging the youth is creating channels to global sustainability. It is a pathway to enable the world achieve the 2030 agenda in the next 20 years. Next slide, please. Engagement of youth and the 2030 agenda. You see, time is of essence. 5 years gone already, and 10 years to actualization of 2030 agenda. The youth seem not to have a clear schedule for the 2030 agenda. Looking at this agenda, the youth need to be fully engaged by having a clear schedule to achieve this. They need a defined role to play. This way they can inherit and continue the work already started. However, parental norms, family values, and today's youth on global trend. There seem to be a parent-youth unnecessary rivalry. And this is mainly due to a generation mismatch. What I mean by a generation mismatch is that in a fast evolving world, coupled with and surrounded by technological advancement and the social media, the youth mindset and that of parents are incorrelated. For example, a parent wanting A and then the youth wanting B. And when the youth cannot get what they want, they become miserable and begin to hoard negativity. A negative mindset cannot achieve much. Also, there is extreme disharmony between data on world youth. As a result, engaging them to the development goals require a clearer picture about the world youth. If we don't know the numbers of the youth, how do we fully engage them? Data collection through registration. Gender and religious issues impact the youth negatively. Gender and religious issues are mainly the issue of orientation. Religious issues and gender inequality amongst the youth has led to a subjective mindset that can potentially slow down the realization of the SDG. Bearing in mind that some religious norms and culture contribute to inequality and subordinate the role of women. Ending discrimination is a human right and a critical issue for a sustainable future. Solution. What is the solution? First, to strengthen youth's identity towards a positive direction. This involves reorientation of the minds of the youth that is derailing them from their intended life goals and dreams. For example, in many parts of the world, the youths are used as political thugs, campaigners, or at most, political aides. When they're used as political aides, you see, this is a role that really has no future, because as soon as their principal retires, their dreams follow suit. They become demoralized, and a negative syndrome is installed in their mind, and they become a liability to the society and themselves. Therefore, their minds need to be channeled towards positivity, generally. Engaging them to envision themselves as instruments for global action through global actioneer communities. From the grassroots, the youths should be strengthened to identify themselves. The global actioneer community will serve as a bedrock that will enable them realize their value beyond instruments of violence or political campaigns. Also, stepping up Youth for Development agenda through 4E engagement pathway. Permit me to explain this in the next slide. Also, sorry, go back. I'm not done. Enacting global action through Youth Together for Development agenda. This is creating a movement of engagement through campaigns, awareness, and youth for youth exchange programs, which involves information sharing via social media and mainstream media, where they can dialogue and learn from each other. Also, mentoring and orientation workshops and seminars that will gear their minds towards positivity and bring them on board the SDG agenda. Springing up youth role models that act as positive instruments of change. You see, the youth can easily relate to their own kind. So if we have role models that are youths, it's a lot easier for other youth to reckon with. Okay, so explaining the 4E engagement pathway. Entrepreneurship. Here we help the youth develop their inherent skills. For example, a doctor or a lawyer may have inherent skills of graphic design, public speaking. They should be empowered to develop these skills. And if after school a job doesn't come, they can easily start a business. Exchange programs. This involves socializing, traveling, where they can exchange ideas. You see, international interactions and knowledge propels the youth towards understanding of an array of different cultural and community perspectives. That is why it's important for the youth to travel and interact with other youths. Also, youth for youth programs that involve mentoring. For example, you can have a youth that could be depressed, and this could be due to many, many factors, maybe from home, from school, from anything. So from the Youth Together initiative, we can send a delegate, a representative, to ensure the youth is back on track because with a depressed youth, they can't achieve anything. Empowerment. This is where the skill acquisition program comes in. We would empower them with skills such as technical skills, vocational skills, and also with startup kits. This will help them to create wealth, and this will make them productive in their societies. Education. This involves putting them on a path of learning, that is engaging them on a lifetime learning channel. The youth should be channeled towards acquiring useful knowledge that will help to build sustainable, inclusive, and resilient societies. In conclusion, it is my profound honor to flag the global campaign of $1 Billion Initiative and the Center for SDG Global Education USA and Youth Together for Development Agenda as a movement of action in engaging world youth for the 2030 Agenda from grassroots. Time is running on us, and the time is now for repositioning the world's youth. I would also like to use the opportunity to kindly request for 50 books for youth as a kickoff for Youth Together initiative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Farida. Of course, that's what we are here, of course, to initiate a great program. That is, of course, the 4Es of Youth Together, that enlightening into the 4Es: education, empowerment, entrepreneur, and exchange program. And of course, that is actually leading and put forward towards the 10 years to go initiative into. So that's what we are here for. Once again, thank you so much, Ms. Farida, and thank you so much for your amazing organization and invitation. And hopefully together we can move forward and to help and giving a great platform and championing the ideas behind and all those creative measurements that our young generation putting forward into that. And I must say, as a youth educates, as a youth guiders and youth activists, it is our primary responsibility to help them and assist them and to help them to somehow move forward and giving the directions. At the end of the day, only years to go now. Thank you so much, Ms. Frida, for your great presentation. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Okay, so let's move on to our another speaker for this amazing session so far. Allow me to introduce Ms. Amaka Ugulu. She's a MS Family Therapist, the New York family at the New York. She will going to express and enlighten into the area of 2020 UN Day of Youth on the theme of UN 75 and engagement of youth for global action. Without further delay, Ms. Anaka, you have a floor.
Yes, hello, good evening, everyone. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you for that welcome. I would just like to start off by saying I really appreciate all the presentations I've heard today. Go ahead and share my screen. So as I present this, you may notice that there is some redundancy with what you've heard today, which is good. This could serve as a summation for some of the points that were hit earlier today. So what we're focusing on today, the biggest thing is the lack of engagement from our youth. And as Dr. Farida said, we are cutting back on time. We really don't have that much time. We have 10 years left to get our youth engaged for global action. So our emphasis is on engagement. basically what we'd like to see in education is more focus on evidence-based initiatives, evidence-based approaches to learning. What this looks like is building upon foundational skills that promote success in learning. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later on. The second thing is what we've always talked about, creating the best environment for our youth to thrive. Do we have our teachers having the correct resources? Are they supported in their school environments? Do our kids have their food, their water? Are our youth feeling like their basic needs are met so that they can then go to school and learn? Also, providing ongoing coaching and support to teachers is another big initiative, simply because that is a driver of quality education. How do we measure what is being taught in the classroom? How do we measure how education is being received so that we can then know that our youth are set up for success? The major theme, as you heard today, was our youth are agents of change. We need to see our youth as assets rather than deficits to our community. So having this assets-based approach to youth is just the mindset that they have something to offer. They may not, produce it or show up in the right way, but it is our job to then mentor them and guide them. But what we do know, we know that youth have a lot of energy. We know that they will spend that energy any way that they can. They will either spend it in a negative way, or they'll spend it, in a constructive and positive way. So how can we help to guide them in using that energy, not towards, frustration or towards, anxious actions, but more towards productivity? And part of that is helping our youth identify themselves as catalysts for positive change, helping youth see themselves as agents of change. So this is just a statistic that in America here, over the last 20 years or so, the United States has seen a steady drop in crime rates, including in juvenile crime. And one of the proposed reasons for this is the increased attention being given to at-risk or troubled youth before they end up arrested for committing a crime. So that just goes back to, they have the energy, how are they going to use it? They can either be caught, before they do something very terrible and have to face consequences, or, they then go on to just expel that energy, kind of unhinged, uncontained. And then we see them in juvenile detention centers, kind of leading a life that is not productive to them. So part of having youth engaged for global action is encouraging their valued input, helping them, as I said, self-identify with who they are, how they can become agents of change, which means finding out which social issues they can commit themselves to, which social issues they can become aware of. And in addition, understanding their ability to help tackle those social issues. As some people have mentioned, the change is now. The youth aren't necessarily our future, they are our now, because now is the future, right? So how can we help them identify with some of those issues so that they're ongoingly thinking about these things and trying to resolve some of the issues that we're struggling so hard to, rectify and align with. So viable solutions to global initiatives could be brought about, as Dr. Farida had said, through mentorship. Mentorship is a huge deal because it gives youth the opportunity to see the potential for change, things that, they may have not been exposed to. Mentorship helps to shape them in a way that says, hey, this skill that you're using, you can actually transfer or translate this to this job opportunity or this initiative, or, you have an idea, let me help you bring it to fruition. That's what mentorship does. Also, direct exposure to role models, which kind of goes hand in hand with mentorship. But I like what Dr. Farida said about youth mentoring other youth, because there are a number of youth in this world that are doing things that are bringing about drastic amounts of change, but not all the youth are aware that this is happening. So how can we connect those youth to the youth that are actually making big differences and their role models that are making big differences. Also, just to go back to what I said, an increased awareness of social issues. That part is huge, because how can you identify with being the change when you're not sure exactly what needs to be changed? So the last point here for global action is incorporating socio-emotional learning as a foundational competency in education. This is something that I am very big about as a therapist. You know, I deal a lot with emotions. I do work with youth in a lot of capacities. And the emotional aspect of things is what gets youth in trouble, but also what motivates them. So how can we tap into that in an education setting to help cultivate, you know, the type of learning that we would like to see develop into change initiatives? So just to focus on social emotional learning, social emotional learning, or SEL, is the process of one, identifying and understanding and managing your emotions. This is basically self-awareness. A lot of us as adults can, you know, identify with these as well, right? Setting and achieving positive goals. That is self-management. Cultivating empathy for others. Social awareness. Building and maintaining positive relationships, which is, you know, a relationship skill, something that we use daily, something that we're using right now, you know, especially in this world of computer technology. It's a lot less face-to-face interaction. So relationship skills are very, very important at this time. Also engaging in responsible decision-making. That, of course, goes without saying. A lot of the times our youth, if left untethered, don't tend to make the best decisions. So social emotional learning, all of these are components of that. Social emotional learning also helps individuals develop these competencies, which last a lifetime. As adults, you can pick any one of these things and see how they show up in your own life personally. Consider how you interact with people. Consider your own self-awareness, your own understanding of your emotions, your own ability to set and achieve your goals as well. Why is social emotional learning competency so important? Basically, educators and community agencies serve students with different motivation for engaging them in learning, for helping them behave positively, and performing academically. So this can look so different from country to country. What we want to do is streamline this in a way that we're bringing this social emotional learning to everyone as a foundational aspect of their education. SEL also provides a foundation for safe and positive learning in many capacities, and it enhances each student's ability to succeed, not only in school, but also in their career and their life. Basically, cultivating SEL in youth education equals sustained emotional intelligence through adulthood. So what does this look like in a classroom? I'm sure you're wondering. Well, let me preface this by saying that at the grassroots and local level, the initiatives to encourage youth within their own communities does begin in the classroom. These initiatives should be supported financially and otherwise. You know, I've heard of so many different organizations in this talk today about, you know, what we're doing to encourage youth, what we're doing to support youth. So just keep that in mind. Some of the examples of social emotional learning include assigning community responsibility. That goes back to identifying what needs to be done and empowering youth to know that they're able and capable of doing it. Also, something like holding class meetings daily, something as simple as that builds a sense of community that trickles onward into the wider community, the global community. Also incorporating art activities as a stress management tool. This is something that I am a big advocate of. I'm actually, you know, working on my own entrepreneur agenda to do just that. Also celebrating diversity. As we know, our world is becoming increasingly diverse. So the better we are able to encourage our youth to see how diversity is a positive driver for change, the more change we can come about. Also practicing mindfulness. Mindfulness is a buzzword I'm sure many of you have heard in a lot of respects, but mindfulness can be something as simple as noticing when you are procrastinating, for instance, or noticing when your neighbor is not necessarily engaged the way you are, or, you know, a number of things. Mindfulness can take a range of different forms, but a really big one is meditation, mindfulness meditation. And that is just the process of becoming aware of your own internal reality. So that is a big self-management tool as well. Focusing on positive self-talk. I heard this come up a number of times, which I'm very appreciative of, because positive self-talk is a huge driver for self-empowerment. How are you speaking to yourself? How are you encouraging yourself? Also engaging in daily self-writing, reflective writing, also talking about managing emotions in the classroom, making that a normal part of conversation, because that is a normal part of daily living. As you can see, the list goes on. There are so many ways to incorporate social emotional learning in the classroom and education, period. So in conclusion, I just want you to focus on these 5 points when we think of a call to action when we are engaging youth and attempting to empower them, right? So 1, encouraging environments, creating the environment for the youth to thrive. Are their basic needs being met? Are they in a safe space to be able to learn, to be able to build upon their learning, create new ideas? 2, cultivating an assets-based approach to youth. So that's just, you know, helping youth see themselves as agents of change, and also helping the wider community see youth as agents of change. 3, building youth sense of identity, their own personal identity, and then also valuing diversity. So you can identify in one way or another, whether it's culturally, religious, economically. You can value your identity, but simultaneously value the identity of others. And that right there is a catalyst for change. Number 4, prioritize global socio-economic, socio-emotional learning initiatives. That just goes back to all that I said about what socio-emotional learning entails. And lastly, supporting grassroots community initiatives to empower and engage youth. This is like Dr. Farida said with her Youth Getter initiatives. That's exactly that. That is a grassroots community initiative that is set to empower and engage youth. Thank you all for the time. I really appreciate this opportunity. Lastly, I do want to put in a plug for the experiential art classes that I have. It helps adults manage their emotions. It helps adults cultivate their emotional intelligence. If you are interested in finding out more, just reach out to me at amakimedart@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emeka, for this great presentation, and of course, putting the things onto the action side. Of course, this session for regarding the putting the things to actions is started and initiated by Farida, and of course, put forward more enlightening by yourself. Thank you so much for giving us a great honor, and of course, share all those great areas. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moving to the last aspect of our great event, of course. So let's work into that. But before going into that, I would like to share once again the slide of having an initiative together with the $1 billion, you can say, $1 billion doors initiative, of course. So once again, if you just have a look into, of course, we know that 10 years to go this initiative, and that's 4 E's of Youth Together, the great initiative, with the support of $1 billion, of course, with the support of Sub-Saharan University, and of course with the support of African Youth Music's brand, of course. And that's what we are 4 E's together of comparing entrepreneur, education, empowerment, exchange program, and would like to really highlight all those our authorities, starting from, of course, Ms. Farida, the founder of the Billion Doors Initiative, our Executive Director, Center for SDG Global Education USA, Her Excellency Dr. Ada Junkiokika, Miss Amak, of course, for her amazing work, and we are, of course, working together. Myself, as the Director for External Affairs for Center of SDG Global Education, and Her Excellency Miss Lala Rahal, of course, and working with us, and of course, put forward further areas of this and helping to really raising and of course championing the idea of the youth. And lastly, we are also thankful to the president of the Sub-Saharan Open University, Dr. Osita Emmanuel. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And let's what we are moving towards again 2030 development agenda, 10 years to go. And the initiative we are initiating is 4E's: education, entrepreneur, exchange program, and empowerment. Thank you, everyone. So now let's move on to the conclusion. In the conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a very young and amazing morning star at COC, of course, Miss Nia Sultan, to come on floor. And of course, before I can give her a floor, I would like to mention two great announcements, which is really, really amazing, I must say. First of all, we are really, really thankful to His Majesty Prince Nicholas for launching some copies of the book that we have just launched earlier today by Ambassador Dennis Antoine, that he would like to launch actually that copies to UNESCO, UNICEF, and the youth of his country. We are very, very thankful for this great gratitude by His Majesty Prince Nicholas. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that. And lastly, we also would like to mention the great efforts and, of course, the work put forward by Dr. Mary May, Professor of English at City University in New York. She is actually a rapporteur, an official rapporteur of this great event for today. We are thank you for your great support and your support, Dr. Mary from City University of New York. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the last part of that. And without further delay, Nia, the floor is yours now.
Good evening, everybody. I would just like to say thank you to Dr. T.C. Martin for inviting me. I had already prepared my presentation in advance, so I'm going to ask if you would be so kind as to.
Yes, Nia, I've got ready for you that, so I'm gonna start this for you. Just bear with me. Okay. Nia, would you like me to put with the sound or without sound?
With sound, please.
With the sound. Just bear with me.
We don't have any music.
Music? My apology. Can you hear the sound actually?
No, no.
Okay, I'm just facing some technical issues. Now, can you hear that?
No. Would you like for me to share it instead?
Probably she can do from her side, from her end. Let her do that.
I can. It's done now. I guess. Are you hearing now? I guess. All good to go. That was really awesome, I must say. Thank you so much, Nia. That was really amazing. Great, I must say. Yeah, what if you start and we all are start together to sing some good lyrics of this great song? Yes, Nia. Let's do together and celebrate the great day today. You start with the lyrics and we all join together. And now I would love to unmute everyone. And then we'll work together. Yes, Nia, let's start. Everyone, you can unmute your mic and let's celebrate the great day today.
We are the world. We are the children. We
Come on,
are
everyone, let's unmute yourself.
Get the music back. Get the music back. Get the music. Get the video back.
There's a choice we're making.
Make it.
We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a brighter day. Just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice to make it. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a brighter day. Just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we make it. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a brighter day.
For you and me. This is good. Very good. Very, very good. Excellent. 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 Excellent.
Thank you, Excellencies.
That someone somewhere soon will change. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, love is all we need. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day. Just you and me. Oh, send your heart so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free. As God has shown us by giving living bread, and we all must lend a helping hand. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who made a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a brighter day. Just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a brighter day. Just you and me. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a brighter day. Just you and me. Oh, it's true, we'll make a brighter day. Just you and me. Yeah, it's true, we'll make a brighter day. You and me. Oh, it's true, we'll make a brighter day. You and me.
Great, great, great. That was really, really awesome. Great, great. Nia, you did an amazing job, I must say. Really, really. That's really amazing. That was so super. You've been blessed with a very great voice, I must say. God bless you. Keep going on. And of course, in this young age, You have been blessed with amazing wives, which really touching the hearts. I'm pretty much sure in future, you're gonna set up a great legacy to keep moving up the hearts, to keep touching the hearts in order to enlightening and giving the torch to all the youngsters. And definitely they will be following the best you can do so. That's amazing, everyone. So once again, I've got another announcement to share, everyone. And of course, I'm honored to announce that Bar Juni and Irene Minocchia Foundation is actually launching 20 books of 20 actually the copies of this great book by the His Excellency Ambassador Dennis. We are really thankful for Ambassador for giving us a great book, of course. And now I am really excited that now every authority is taking a great initiative to keep promoting and doing something for their youth. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it was really great. I must say, it was a great honor for me itself as the Director of External Affairs to moderate the entire session. I must say, like, it's been like around 6 hours so far, and we achieved something really best in this for 5 hours or 5 to 6 hours. And what we really achieve is to achieve and to celebrate the great International Youth Day, I must say. Just the last thing which I say, at the last, I am really happy, and I'm really thankful to all our partners, of course, to CISA International University, and of course to all our goodwill partners. So I am on the behalf of our organization, Center for SDG Global Education USA. We are really thankful for your great support, for your great encouragement, and of course, dedicating your team to promote this event and to put forward the great initiative on the great day of International Youth, I must say, because we focus onto the theme, the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, and of course, the theme of itself, the Youth Day, that is the youth engagement for global action. Once again, we are very thankful to all our goodwill partners, goodwill ambassadors, and then move forward. I'm also very thankful to all our excellencies, of course, starting from Her Excellency Professor Sarah, His Excellency Ambassador Dennis, Miss Laura, and we missed, unfortunately, the Duke of Luxembourg, unfortunately, but we are really thankful that he actually accepted our invitation, but due to some personal reason, he couldn't make it, of course. We are very thankful to His Majesty Prince Nicholas. We are very thankful, especially to Ambassador Usman Surki. We are also very thankful to Her Excellency Miss Lala Rahal, and we are very thankful to His Excellency Khalid Imam, and to all our rest of high dignitaries and all our amazing speakers who have actually given us a great time and share their expertise and actually put forward their notion. Yes, we are with the youth today. We are helping to our youth, and because they are the not future, but the current leaders, and definitely will be leading to the future as well. And of course, lastly, I have a very amazing news to you guys that we, as the Center for SDG Education, has launching an essay competition, by the way. So what is this essay competition? Let me quickly give you some highlights on that. What we are introducing is that our all youngsters would like to write an essay on the topic of 10 years of 2030 development agenda and engagement for global action. The word is between 800 to 1,000 actually, okay? So you just need to submit this particular essay, okay, with the font of 14 times font. It's a font size, of course, before 31st of August. Sorry, my apology, it's 31st of October 2020. And the result of this particular essay actually will be published on our social media. Prizes will be presented at the ceremony, and the social media published will be on 20th of November, and the prizes will be distributed on 10th of December by the sponsors. So just start working on this great essay competition, and do send us the all those essays, of course, copies and everything, into the email ID that is externalaffairs@center for SDG Global Education USA.org. That's the same email ID that you keep receiving all the invitations and all those, you can say, alarming for this great event. But we are giving you this amazing essay competition. Now, 5 best essay prizes, what you guys are going to win. That include the courtesy visit to the Royal Majesty and tour of the country, speak at the United Nations event, and experience the UN mission visit. 2 cash prizes, which will be sponsored by our partners, eminent youth organizations. 10 books of children get on board authored, which we have launched today, graphed in your name for your school, or could be your alumni institution of your choice, and 5 other consolation prizes. So this is a great opportunity, I must say. We will be sending the same opportunity, we'll be sending you more details, the same that I am telling you right now, onto your emails, to all our registered partners, to all our registered youth members, and to all our registered participants. So grab this opportunity. The time is to start from now onwards, and the deadline is 31st October 2020. And the essay competition under the topic is 10 years of 2030 development agenda and engagement for global action. So get ready for yourself, and we look forward to have your amazing essays. And of course, I'm sure many of you will be looking forward to some great prizes. So that's what we have so far. And of course, once again, we are very, very thankful to Ambassador Dennis Antoine for the amazing book, Get on Board, Dear Children of the World. And this is how you can get it, of course. If you would like more than 18 copies, please email to the given email ID, or perhaps you can email to our email ID as well, that is External Affairs, of course, and give all those details. We'll be helping you to grab these copies. This is an amazing book, I must say, and a great initiative by Ambassador itself. We are very, very thankful for that. And lastly, of course, that's what we have achieved, of course, I must say. 4 E's of together, 4 E's of youth together, I must say. Education, entrepreneur, exchange program, and empowerment, with the support of great youth leaders, I must say, and of course the great partners of Sahara University, African Culture Music, of course, and A Billion Doors, and of course the Center for SDG Global Education USA. So I must say these 6 hours went very well. Once again, I am very, very thankful to all our high dignitaries, to all our amazing speakers, all protocol observers. We are very, very thankful that you have given us a great time. I am thankful to all our partners, our Goodwill ambassadors, Miss Farida, Miss Mariam. They are amazing Goodwill ambassador for this great event. I am thankful to all our Goodwill partners, actually, who really help us and support this event. And lastly, I must say, we are thankful to all our participants and to all our viewers who actually give us a great time. And I'm sure this 6 hours or 5 hours has actually something really productive for you. And during this quarantine, or you can say isolation period, or you can say this lockdown period went very productive for you. And indeed, by virtually manner, we celebrate the great International Youth Day today. Thank you so much, everyone. May God bless you, everyone. Please stay safe. Please take care of yourself, take care of your friends, take care of your surrounding and your family. Don't forget to keep move on and keep going on. May God bless you. Have a good day. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I add the small things,
Thank you.
please? Can I
Of
add
course.
small thing? Okay.
Go
It's
on,
to all
Harry.
of you. Thank you for this ceremony. It was great. I'm very pleased and happy. I did not stop listening to you. We are driving and still listening to you. I want just to say, please, all what we say today, this output and recommendation, can we implement them to reality, and let's start do every month, at least once a month, same session for all the speakers, each speaker his goals, and we can make them a round table and try to achieve. I am with you. Anything you want, you was amazing, but we do something for humanity, for children, for women empowerment, for even men empowerment, because now men need empowerment, because we give a lot to women and to youth. So let's let's put our hand together really and do it once a month. I am with, and let's make it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We love you, and you was amazing. I want to do with you something with Fawad, because he's my partner and he's Director General of our business gate. Let's do something great in Dubai, in other globe, in other part of the world, but let's start. There is a villages, there is young girl who need help, there is young boy who need help, and let's go with the million achievement, the book, with his majesty, with his brilliant idea, what he put, and let's do it. Please.
Excellent
Finish it.
moderation.
Thank you.
Excellent moderator.
Thank you.
Maureen.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to
Ada,
thank
you
everyone.
Ada,
I want to follow up on what Her Excellency just said, that the Youth Gather is definitely a global movement. So
We don't have to stop
everyone
here, huh?
should get on board. Everyone should get on board right now. Following this. So thank you. Thank you, Laila. We are going to get it down to you.
Don't
to make
stop it.
okay?
Don't stop it here, please. Don't stop it here, because a lot we hear, a lot of strategy being put and nothing coming out. In the end, we stop it to one session. We need more session. We need you more with us. We need to put our hand together. Ambassador Fawad is always giving his best. We are in all a webinar, but today we have to make it real. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you, Dr. Ada, and thank you everyone for putting forward your great ideas, your viewers. So let's rock it once more, I must say, and bring the same song. We are together again for this great International Youth Day.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. It's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift
Thank you so much. Okay,
But the
everyone.
work of the youth themselves.
Yes, that's fine. That's amazing. So with that, I guess that's the end of our great session, and I hope everyone does like that. And hopefully, we are, as Her Excellency said, we are not stopping over here. We are moving forward, and definitely we are put forward so many things, and looking forward to organizing plenty of such credible events that we are trying to creating a great bridge between the professionals as well as the future leaders, of course. And that's what the beauty for our organization. Thank you very much once again, everyone. Peace. May God bless you all and take care of yourself. With that, now I'm closing the session now. Thank you very much. Have a good day and good night, I must say. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Fawad.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Tony, I guess we can close it now from there, buddy.